A few years ago, I was driving back from a buddy's cabin in rural Pennsylvania. It was just after sunset, and it was that in-between light where the shadows are long. I was passing a stretch of farmland when I saw something move through the trees, just off the road. At first, I thought it was a deer, but it stood upright. It was thin, bipedal, and covered in pale, almost glowing white hair. Easily 7 feet tall. It didn't move like a person either, or an animal. It was too smooth and too quiet. I remember pulling over and killing the engine. I just watched. It stood in a clearing maybe 50 feet away, facing the tree line. I couldn't see a face, just its shape or outline. It never turned towards me, never ran, just blinked out. 1 second it was there, and the next it was gone. I didn't see it leave. There was no movement or sound. I sat there for a pretty long time after that, suddenly very aware of how alone I was. I still have no idea what it was, and I've never taken that road again after dark. Me and one other person saw a sea serpent swim by, very close to the shoreline from the beach where we stood. This was in the southeastern part of the U.S., on the Atlantic. About 9 to 10 a.m. in the morning, it was swimming casually along the shore, headed south. It was very obvious that it wasn't anything common. By far the largest serpent-shaped anything I'd ever seen. We didn't see its head or face, only parts of its body emerging from the gentle waves. It was very thick, about 12 to 18 feet long, black to grayish. This was in 2023. I'm not sure what exactly we saw. My companion, who loves the ocean, was so spooked that he wouldn't go swimming. Usually he's fearless, so this really made me question what we saw. Neither of us have ever seen anything like that in the ocean before. We've lived up and down the East Coast Atlantic all of our lives, spent a lot of time on the water. I'll never forget the experience, though. Maybe I'm dramatic, but even the energy in the air that morning on the beach, it felt different. Needless to say, the ocean is mysterious and massive. It's not hard to believe that many unknowns could be lurking. I grew up in West Michigan near Manistee, and my uncle used to take me out to this stretch of woods not far from the old logging trails. He was always a little superstitious about the area, said you shouldn't whistle in the woods, shouldn't walk past sundown. I thought it was just old-timer nonsense, honestly. One summer night when I was about 17, I took my dirt bike out a little further and a little later than I should have. The sun was almost gone by the time I turned around, and the trail back to the truck, it felt wrong, like something was there with me. The birds had also stopped, which I expected as the sun went down, but even my bike sounded wrong, like the engine wasn't echoing the same way through the trees. The feeling alone forced me to look around. At first I thought that there was a bear standing upright at the tree line, but it was too lean, too tall. It had pointed ears, and the way that it looked at me, I could still feel it, like it was curious, but also playing with me. I froze up almost immediately, didn't move until it stepped back into the woods, just out of sight. I didn't tell my uncle until years later. He didn't look surprised, just told me real serious. That's why you don't whistle out there. Or, go out after sundown. I swear I saw Mothman. It was an outdoor movie night at one of my relatives' houses. I saw a tall, hairy, furry black figure. It had long arms and glowing red eyes, and it was in the tree line staring at me. It was hard to see since it was mostly dark outside, so I can't be sure if there were wings, but it just stood there, didn't move, apparently until I walked away. When I came back, it was gone. I was probably around 8 at the time. I wasn't scared when I saw it. I was more intrigued. It didn't seem threatening or anything. I just went to see if somebody else could see it, but it was gone when I got back. Understandably, no one believed me. I used to do wildlife research up in northern Minnesota, mostly trail cam work. One winter, I was out alone for a few days, checking cameras deep in the woods. Snow was heavy, no other hikers or hunters that time of year, which usually made it peaceful, quiet. But one night around 2 a.m., I woke up to crunching in the snow outside my tent. I assumed it was a deer until it circled the tent, slowly, over and over again. No breathing sounds, no snorting like a bear or moose would make, just long, deliberate steps. Then something scratched the side of the tent, not like an animal brushing against it, like fingers dragging. I didn't move, just laid there, heart pounding, until the steps eventually stopped. I waited until daylight to get out. I found no prints, just long drag marks in the snow, leading in circles around my tent before vanishing into the woods. I saw a Sasquatch on a family trip as a kid. This was around 91, 92. We were traveling in my aunt's RV near Lodi, California, headed to her property in the county. We were on a desolate road with only trees around. It was about 3:30 in the morning, and I couldn't sleep, so I joined my aunt in the front of the car as she drove. Suddenly, we see a figure walking on the side of the road. The figure was massively tall, covered in hair, walking on 2 legs, and its arms were at its side, and it had a conical-shaped head. Sadly, I wasn't aware or smart enough to turn around and look, so I only saw it from behind. But I saw it, and my aunt did too. Several years ago, I planned to quit my school, but divine intervention saved me and countless other lives, ones I would have tragically affected. I'm a lot older now, and I can hardly believe how passionate teenage feelings are. Everything was treated like it was the end of the world. In a sense, it was, because your world is a fishbowl, one that you're forced to exist and interact within. It's impossible not to. I won't bother listing the reasons why I was going to do it. I know now that none would have ever been good enough to justify the actions, my actions. It was all trivial shit that I'd eventually get over. But when you're neck deep in angst and basically the plankton in the high school food chain, in my head, this was the only way to be heard and for my pain to be recognized, giving back what was given to me. I had to mentally commit and put the deed day on my calendar. I planned for it to be on a Tuesday. It wasn't hard to find a firearm in my house, unlocked and unaccounted for. I selected one and made sure it fit into my backpack. I packed a second magazine, but I didn't expect my deed to go on long enough for me to need to reload. The night before, I was plagued with nightmares. I'd never had sleep paralysis before, but there were points throughout the night where I could have sworn I was awake, but the imagery I was seeing could only be explained by saying I was in dreams. My dead uncle paid me a visit that night, and I'll never forget his mutilated face. He'd taken his own life a year or so before that. Nobody was allowed to see the body except for my aunt before he was cremated, but that's how he chose to visit me that night. As I tossed and turned in bed and I woke up, in the chair that I'd set my backpack on, there was now my uncle sitting there. His cranium resembled a bloomed flower. the meat and skull folded back like petals stemming from his neck. His work shirt was stained in blood. It was the same white t-shirt that he'd always wear with a shark mechanic logo. He just sat there like a hideous statue facing me, and it brought about the same aching sadness as I had that day I found out. The apparition's gory appearance gave me chills, thinking about it later, but in that very moment, I was losing my uncle all over again, and I was able to see and feel his hurt. He disappeared when I wiped away the tears from my eyes, and my backpack was again sitting on the chair. I prayed to him when he left. I told him how much I missed him. Again, I don't know for sure if I dreamed the whole thing, but it felt real, and I knew why he came to see me. The next time I opened my eyes, I'd woken up naturally. I was pretty OCD about the clock alarm in my room. I'd probably roll over 4 or 5 times to check that little switch, make sure it was pointed on. And even though I'd checked 4 or 5 times, I'd sometimes check a 6th or 7th, just for good measure. But I woke up late that day. I urgently grabbed my alarm clock from the table, and it wasn't even plugged in. The short brown cord swung around as soon as I lifted it. My new plan was to catch everyone at lunch. I got dressed in the first clothes that I could find on the ground, and I threw my backpack on. My mom was laying on the couch when I left my room. I walked past her and she told me good morning, but didn't ask why I wasn't at school. I told her good morning and left. If my dad would have been there, he for sure would have been my first kill. I would have been doing my mom a favor by doing it, but he wasn't there. I grabbed a few quarters from the ashtray before I left so that I could take the city bus. There was a bus stop a few blocks from the school. I could just get dropped off and walk the rest of the way there. There wasn't many people on the bus when I got on, and it was easy to find a seat by myself, rows away from the other riders. I set my backpack down in between my legs, and the bus took off. I thought about my uncle. I thought about what I was about to do. I wanted someone to catch me before I went through with it. I was having an internal battle. There was an angel and a devil dueling on my shoulders, and the angel needed help. As the bus doors opened at another stop, people got off and these 2 kids got on. They looked identical to each other, girls, probably 7 or 8. Young kids dressed in white button-ups and blue skirts. Looked like they were from a private school. One of the girls was being pulled by the fattest iguana I've ever seen. Instead of a normal meal like crickets, it looked like its diet consisted of cake and cookies. Its long tail whipped ankles as it made its way down the aisle, tugging on the leash. When I looked up, they were both already looking at me, smiling all weird as they moved down the rows of empty seats towards me. Then one sits right next to me, and the other, with the iguana, sits in the row in front of me, turned around in the seat so that her knees are facing me. In a nutshell, our conversation went like this. I ask, "What?" They respond in sync, "Hi." Most of the things they said were like that, between them, the same words at the same time. So they say hi and I ask, "What?" again. They ask why I'm not in school. I say I woke up late and that's where I'm going. I ask why they aren't in school. And they say, "We don't need school," and giggle together. I'm like, cool, whatever, and turn toward the window. From the seat in front of me, the iguana climbs down and under the seat, and I don't notice him in between my legs until he's got a hold of my backpack. I felt a tug, and I heard the metal clang inside. When I looked down, there was an obese lizard giving one of my zipper keychains the old-fashioned death roll. I started to unzip the bag, and I went to grab it, but I'm sure that only opened the bag more, because the gun, an extra magazine, fell out onto the bus floor by my feet. The iguana continued to twist the backpack with my arm now entangled with it, and I couldn't retrieve my fallen items before the girls simultaneously go, "Oh," and the one next to me picks up the gun, and the magazine from the ground. I tell her to give it to me, but she holds on to it. The other twin leaned way over her seat to get a good look at what her sister was holding. When I get my hand freed from the bag, the iguana keeps it tightly held in its teeth and skitters away to the seat in front of me with my bag. I ask them desperately to please give me my stuff back, but they ignored me, staring at the shiny gun. Then one twin hands it off to the other twin, and she puts the magazine and the firearm back into my backpack. I feel the bus slow down and the brakes approaching another stop. Both girls stand up like they're getting ready to leave. The one holding the iguana's leash throws my bag over her shoulder and starts to leave her tow of seats. That's when I grabbed her shoulder and said, "Wait." But as soon as I did, the other twin immediately starts crying and screaming, "You leave my sister alone, you pervert." She had real tears coming down her face as she fake pounded at my back with her fists. A few passengers turned around and see all the commotion. Someone says, "Let go of her." And at that moment, I knew it was over. The twins and the obese reptile get off the bus and run away. I still had a few more stops to sit and think about what had happened as passengers stared at me like I was a pariah. I had nothing else planned for the day, so I ended up going to school. Making that choice set off what I believed to be my final divine intervention. When I got there, I'd already missed 3 periods, and the last one hadn't let out for lunch yet, so the hallways were completely empty. And the first person I saw was a school guidance counselor. I hadn't had many talks with her before that day, but she strolled up to me, asked why my eyes were red and glassy, why I was late. I wasn't high, I'd been crying, and I asked to be in the safety of her office to continue my story. Ms. Carol Owens listened to me and saved my life that day. I don't know what I would have done if I hadn't walked into that school and talked to her. She helped me get in touch with family advocates to help with my home situation and therapy paid by the state. Whether it be a series of divine interventions or luck, I was able to get the help I needed when I was at my rock bottom lowest. I can't say this enough. If you're having dark thoughts, reach out to someone, anyone. Don't give up. And if you think you've got a buddy going through something, reach out to them. You don't know how much a phone call means to someone until their number's no longer in service. Never give up on yourself or on others. I'm sure some of you on here are familiar with Naked and Afraid, the show. Well, I recently binged the XL series. Basically, naked people go out into the wilderness and try to survive with very little in the way of tools. They get to bring 1 item each. Sometimes they get a pot for boiling water. Most people bring machetes, fire starters, or mosquito nets, and everything else must be acquired in the wild. It sounds ridiculous, and maybe some of it is fake. I really don't know, but it's also addictive. I mean, these people are stark naked, no shoes, no nothing. But then they go out there and build shelters, collect resources, and many contestants make it all the way to the end. Sometimes that's 40 days, sometimes it's 60. Either way, it's insane. It's one of those things that makes you think, gosh, I wonder if I could do that. Well, spoiler alert, I could not. I only wanted to try for a weekend just for fun, just to see what it was like. When I got a nice secluded spot in the woods, I stripped down just like in the show. Then I took 3 steps and decided to put my shoes back on. The ground was covered in stickers, rocks, painful roots. There was just no way. When I went to sit down, the reality of what it meant to have my naked bits touching the ground set in, and I put my pants back on. At that point, it felt ridiculous to walk around topless, so I decided it was unnecessary to emulate every part of the show. Once my clothes were back on, I decided to get water from a nearby creek. It looked absolutely disgusting, even after I boiled it. There was no way that I was going to put that into my body. None. Luckily, I brought emergency bottled water and drank that instead. What's one more concession? The real challenge would be building a shelter and finding food. Now, I went into this knowing I wasn't going to kill some poor animal just so that I could pretend I was on a reality show. But there are plenty of fruits and berries in the area I visited. Theoretically, food should have been the easy part. It wasn't. I got lost. But Alicia, your phone has GPS. Yes, but I was playing a stupid game, so I left my phone at the campsite. That's how smart I am. I had been to that area before, but never ventured quite so far. Nothing looked familiar. I didn't leave any kind of trail to follow back. I kept thinking that I would find food just around the next bend, and then suddenly I was miles away from my campsite. Eventually I saw a building through the tree line and wept with joy. I had no flashlight, so I was going to be a whole different kind of screwed once it got dark. I ran to the clearing and found an old church building with a small graveyard behind it. I was very disheartened to learn that there were no people around. I searched inside the chapel and found nothing of use, just a few short rows of pews. In the daylight, it was a picturesque setting, like something out of a rustic painting, but I had a feeling that wouldn't be the case in an hour. I was relieved to see that there was a dirt road I could possibly follow to some sort of civilization. But alas, that too was a bust. I walked as far as I could, but the sun was working against me. I had to choose between going back to the church and sheltering for the night, or continuing down an unknown road into total darkness. I chose the church. By the time I made it back, the sun had completely set. The only light came from a small, starry patch in the overcast sky. The church was almost pitch black inside, so all I could do was feel for a pew and lay down. The hardwood hurt my back and my ass instantly. The thought of sleeping till morning was the only thing keeping me calm, and now that was gone too. I cried like a child. I was full on sobbing, having one of those what the fuck was wrong with me moments. I do that kind of shit all the time. I think something looks fun, so I dive in 100% without an ounce of research, and then I screw myself over. Every single time. After a few minutes, I thought my sobs were echoing. It sounded like a second person had started crying outside, but when I stopped, it stopped. The first time I thought that I was losing my mind, but after it happened a second and third time, I was sure. I wasn't hearing myself. This was from an entirely different person. I felt my way to the door and called out. No one answered, but something took a few steps closer in my direction. That's when the fear set in. There wasn't even starlight to see by. It was just black. I hadn't thought about the reasons someone would be sneaking around in the dark. It wasn't very likely that someone else just so happened to get lost on the same night. Also, without a flashlight. I didn't know what to do. I stood there frozen. I'm not sure for how long, probably only a minute or two. But then the crying suddenly started again. It was loud and mournful. It sounded like the source was standing right next to me. Imagine someone is crying on your shoulder. It was exactly that. I reached out for whoever it was. I felt like if I could just get my hands on them, they would have to explain themselves or kill me. Either way, I had to know what I was dealing with. I couldn't handle the uncertainty, but I only grabbed air. I swear I reached through the sound. There's no way I didn't at least brush against someone standing that close. Then I remembered the graveyard, and I got really scared. My dumbass not only got lost in the woods, I got stranded in a haunted church. Who the fuck does that? I ran back inside, slammed the door behind me, like it would actually help if a ghost were chasing me. I sat down right against the door and I didn't move for a long time. Once the crying stopped, it didn't start again, and I was finally able to calm down a little. Eventually, I decided to feel my way back to the pew, but when my hand found one, it felt wrong. The arms were standard pew arms, smooth wood with slight curves like you'd see in any church. As I probed further, I realized something was on top of the arm and lifted it with both hands, trying to get a feel for what it could be. I really don't know how to describe it outside of saying exactly what I think it was. It was a skeletal hand. 4 fingers, a thumb. A goddamn hand. Not a living one, of course. Whatever I held was definitely dead. When I pulled, it was like pulling on a body, and it fell toward me. I let go and jumped back, expecting to hear it hit the ground. But there was no sound at all. I wasn't brave enough to go feeling around again, so I made my way back to the door, leaned against it until there was enough sunlight to hit the road. It was absolutely the longest night of my life. Sometimes the floors would creak or there would be a sound outside, but nothing seemed to get close to me. When there was finally enough light to see my surroundings, I could confirm there was no skeleton present in the chapel, nor anything else that I could have mistaken for one. It seems like a completely normal church, and outside there was a peaceful little cemetery. No trace of the previous horrors in sight. I ended up walking down the road for over an hour before a nice old lady stopped and asked if I needed help. She took me back to my campsite where I promptly packed my things and got the hell out of there. This was years ago, back when I was working seasonal construction in a tiny desert town in Arizona. We'd rented out a beat-up double-wide for the summer, 4 of us rotating shifts, not much furniture and even less sleep. It was cheap and close to the job site, and that was all we needed. The land behind the trailer was nothing but miles of dry brush and scattered rock, all the way to the edge of the canyon. No wildlife, no wind, just stillness that settled like dust over everything. The first time I heard it, I'd just gotten off a night shift and was sitting outside smoking before crashing. It was about 4:30 in the morning. I remember because the sky was just starting to tint that pale blue. I heard what sounded like someone calling from the canyon. Not yelling, but talking low and rhythmic. It was repeating something I couldn't quite make out. I assumed it was one of the guys messing around, but when I looked behind me, I could see them through the window. They were inside, still passed out on the floor. The next night I heard it again. Same time, same voice, same pattern, but it was closer. Like whoever or whatever it was had moved up from the canyon and was now in the brush somewhere behind the trailer. I asked around. One of the guys said it was probably an echo off the canyon walls or some weird acoustics thing, but he didn't come outside with me. Not once. The last night I stayed there, I made the mistake of walking out behind the trailer with a flashlight. I mainly just wanted to prove to myself that there was nothing there. Maybe I was overtired. Maybe it was really just coyotes or wind or something natural. But when I got about 30 feet into the brush, I heard it again, right behind me. Clear as day this time. It was a voice and it whispered, "We see you." I dropped the light, didn't even think, just ran, left everything behind, including my job. I never went back, and I've never heard anything like it since. Whatever it was, I don't think that was human. Before sending this, I just sent the Green Hill Estates HOA an email advising the possibility of a wolf roaming around near one of our neighborhoods. Someone needs to go out there and see what's going on in the woods, and it's definitely not going to be me and my 8-pound Pomeranian leading the investigation. I didn't say that last part in my message, but someone really does need to go sweep that forest for anything that may pose danger to the families in our community. I mean, we've got kids out here riding bikes and walking around sometimes long after sundown. I'd hate to read on the HOA update board that a youngster had been mauled in an event that could have been preventable. This all happened a few hours ago, prompting the frantic, furious typing. I'd gotten home from work, took my dog out for a short walk around 8. There's a lot of components to everything going on that I didn't mention to my HOA, because my main goal was for them to do something about it. And if I fully explained myself, it would have decreased the chances for them to believe me, and therefore decrease their urgency to act. But that's why my next stop was here, because I had to tell someone what happened, share it with potentially more open-minded in nature than the board of my HOA. No offense to them. I understand it's a community resource. They have to allocate wisely, and my claim would have been looked at like not a serious inquiry if I'd shared the details, you know? I wrote about my concern being a wolf, but I'm not sure what it was. I got Scoot on his leash and my AirPods in. The Spirit Box app was open on my phone, and I was listening to it speak random words in between reverberate noises and sounds. Nothing jumping out as anything meaningful. On most nights, that's how it goes until I get bored and switch to music to power through the final stretch of the walk. Same thing happening tonight. All I'm hearing is choppy noise, and I've already got Spotify open, scrolling, about to play Dolly Parton, when the Spirit Box app says a full sentence that I can hear clearly in my headphones. A man's voice cut through the static saying, "I'm over here." I stopped mid-step with my thumb hovering over Backwoods Barbie, and I swiped over to the Spirit Box. In the app, along with its audio capabilities, it writes out the words being transmitted through with a timestamp. And a few seconds before, I was able to confirm that it said, "I'm over here." I kept looking through the timeline because I noticed a few seconds before that it said, "Hello, hello, wait," and I must not have heard it. Scoot was pulling on the leash, but I made him wait as I intensely listened for any more intelligible words. I gave us an internal 10 count. If nothing popped up on the Spirit Box, we were going to keep walking. Counting back, a part of me was intrigued at the prospect of my $10 purchase not going to waste. But in the same aspect, I was partially praying that something would convince me the app was a hoax and I could get on with my night. Because I'll admit that I was a little spooked. But it spoke again. Same voice, now saying, "Left, closer." Scooter and I walked to the sidewalk on the other side of the street. On that side, past the sidewalk, is a grassy slope leading down to the forest area. After I'd crossed the street, the voice stopped saying left but repeated, "Closer," about 5 or 6 times. I could tell it wanted me to go further down the hill towards the trees, and I was honestly about to do it. The few small embers of excitement still burned in my heart. I hadn't had these kinds of willies in my stomach since I was a child, and each step increased the feeling. But then Scoot stopped me. He didn't follow. He stayed on the sidewalk, and when I took out my AirPods, I could hear him growling. His hair was standing up, and he was trying to move me backwards, trying to pull the leash and me back up. Finally, I retreated back up to the sidewalk. I could have easily yanked him down the hill with me, but when I looked at him, he was trembling. With one earphone out, I didn't hear the Spirit Box when it told me, "Don't go." But it was logged as a spoken sentence when I checked the app again on the sidewalk. Even when I got back up next to Scoots, he didn't stop growling in the direction of the hillside. And when I looked back down into the trees, I saw what he was growling at. Camouflaged at the bottom of the hill, a man walked out of the trees into the short grass. He had his hands in his pockets. He smiled at me, and he took a hand out to wave. It looked like he took a file to his teeth. They were all grinded down to a point, and they were shiny. Scoots started yipping and barking, trying to get as far away from this guy as possible, and I did too. Right when he walked out, I had that "oh no" feeling. But when I saw those sharp teeth, everything felt a lot more impending, if that makes sense. I was realizing in that moment that I no longer felt safe at a distance. A random guy coming from the woods is off-putting enough when I'm walking alone out there. But this guy looked, dare I say, demonic. It had to have been him that hacked my Spirit Box app. I don't know how he did it. It didn't even know that an app like that could be hacked. But I've seen a lot of those things like Flipper Z on ads. They're like small hacking device things. I don't know their capabilities. I only know that there's things on the market that can easily hack stuff. I don't know another way that something like this could be pulled off. I deleted the app right when I got home, but not before looking at the sentence log one last time and seeing a final entry that said, "Come back." In December, my area in Texas experienced some serious floodwaters. I know several people who lost their lives or came close to it. The floodwaters hit quickly, and to say that we aren't built for that is a bit of an understatement. My family did fine. We weren't out on the roads, which seemed to be the most dangerous place to be. Some damage to the outside of our house, some trees nearby caused some issues for a few days, but that was the worst of it. But it wasn't the weirdest of it. I can't explain what happened the morning after the worst of the floods, but I'm going to try to relay it. We were sort of trapped in our neighborhood for a couple of days due to downed trees and a flooded road. So during that time, we just went around with our other neighbors helping anyone who needed it. The second morning, the water had mostly receded, leaving behind the kind of mud that sucks your boots in when you try to walk. My husband and I were making rounds with two other neighbors when we reached the last row of houses on the far side of the loop, a stretch of homes that backed up against the thick of the woods. One of the houses there had been hit especially hard. Debris clung to the front fence, and the windows on the lower floor were blown out. And that's when we heard it. Help. It was faint but urgent, a voice definitely human, crying out from inside the house. We all froze, and then it came again. Help. Clearer this time. Multiple voices maybe, begging, pleading. My stomach dropped. The four of us rushed to the door and tried it, but it was swollen shut from the water. My neighbor Tim kicked it in, and we charged inside expecting to find people trapped or hurt. But there was no one. The house was completely empty. Furniture overturned, water lines creeping up the walls, mud smeared across the floor, but no signs of life. We split up, calling out, checking closets and the upstairs rooms. Nothing. The house was dead quiet, and yet we all swore that we heard it. Not just me, all of us. Same direction, same voices. We regrouped in the living room, rattled and confused. Tim made a sort of nervous joke about sound bouncing in weird ways after a flood, but none of us really believed it. Not the way that voice had sounded so close, so desperate. I still think about that morning, about that house, about what we heard, and why, when we broke in to save them, there was nothing. We'd been clearing debris for most of the day. Fallen branches, bits of siding, and a few stray trash bins lodged into fences. The worst of the storm had passed, but it had left behind quite a mess. My neighbor Garrett was helping me with the last of the cleanup near the edge of our property when he paused and turned toward the woods. "You hear that?" he asked me. I didn't at first, but after a few seconds, I caught it. A voice, low and distant, calling out from the trees. Faint, but not enough to be a trick of the wind. "Help me." Garrett looked at me. I could tell we were both thinking the same thing. Someone had gotten trapped out there in the storm, maybe swept in by the floodwaters or disoriented, trying to find shelter. So we grabbed flashlights, made our way down the muddy slope that bordered the woods. But the farther we walked, the more it felt off. And that voice, well, no matter how far we walked, it never got any closer. Just kept calling out. Same tone, same pace, always just beyond reach. Eventually we came to this break in the trees where the ground dipped into a shallow ravine. That's when Garrett's flashlight flickered and died. Mine kept going, but only barely. The beam pulsed like it was struggling. Then we heard it again. It was closer now, but it was different. Not scared, but angry. Hungry, even. Help me. It wasn't coming from ahead anymore. It was behind us. We both turned fast, expecting to see something, but there was nothing there. Just the dark stretch of woods and silent and waiting. We didn't run, not at first. But we didn't speak either. We just started moving, faster and faster, until we were out of the trees and back into the neighborhood, soaked in sweat and mud. Then we ran back to my house. Garrett was silent the whole time and eventually left. He doesn't talk about that night. Not anymore. He says he didn't hear anything after all. Maybe it was just the storm messing with us, he says. But I know better. Something for sure called us out there. And I swear I've even heard it again. And there's a part of you that knows it's not real or not human. Not something you can find. And I think that just makes it scarier. I think that's why Garrett won't talk about it. I know it sounds like a cliche, but I've never really been one to believe in cryptids or anything paranormal. That kind of stuff always felt like campfire stories or internet rabbit holes, not something real people dealt with. But all I can say is that people change, life and life views change with experience, and I guess that's what happened to me. I was living with my aunt for a while in a semi-rural area that bordered a huge patch of forests and old trails. It wasn't deep wilderness or anything, but it was isolated enough that when it got dark, it got really dark. Streetlights were few and far between, and once you hit the wooded part of the trail, you were on your own. Most people avoided it at night. I didn't have a choice. I biked that route to and from work almost every day. I'd taken the path 100 times before. I knew every twist and bend, every low-hanging branch. But one night, the trail felt wrong. It was late, close to midnight. I was on my way home from a closing shift, and as usual, I reached the point where the concrete dipped down into the denser woods. I stopped to put my earbuds in, figuring I'd listen to some music to get me through the quiet stretch. I did this often. And that's when I heard the snap of a branch just before I could. Not small, not subtle. Like something heavy had stepped right off the trail. I looked up and froze. Just a few feet ahead, barely separated from the edge of the sidewalk, stood a figure. Not a person, not an animal. Something in between. It was tall, at least 7 feet, but hunched, almost crawling. Its skin looked grayish-white and so tight against the bone it looked like it could split at any moment. It had those long, spindly limbs, fingers that ended in claws. Its eyes were huge, black, and reflective. No visible nose, just a slit where the mouth should have been. It wasn't doing anything, just staring. Before I could fully process what I was looking at and run, it screeched. The sound was sharp and high-pitched, inhuman, and in the blink of an eye it darted back into the trees with this unnatural speed, crashing into brush and leaves as it just vanished. I didn't hesitate then. I took off, pedaling as hard as I could. My ears were filled with the sound of something crashing through the woods beside me. I couldn't see it, but I could hear it, tracking me just out of sight, snapping branches, rustling leaves, keeping pace like it wanted me to know it was there, like it was trying to catch me. It wasn't close enough to be seen again, though. The trail finally opened up into the residential area, a couple of streetlights, houses way off in the distance. I shot toward the nearest light and skidded to a stop underneath it. I was gasping for air. I don't think I'd ever pedaled so hard in my life. My legs were jelly. My heart was pounding so loud I literally couldn't think. And then I turned around. At the edge of the tree line, crouched low in the shadows, was the same figure. It hadn't followed me out of the woods, but it was watching, perfectly still, just watching. I didn't wait. I hopped on my bike and rode the few blocks home, threw my bike into the garage, slammed it shut, locked every door and window in my aunt's house, and didn't sleep a minute that night. A few weeks passed. I didn't see it again, so I did the natural thing of trying to convince myself that it was a hallucination, sleep deprivation, maybe some kind of animal I didn't recognize. I told myself anything that made sense even though it didn't make sense. And then one night, I looked out my bedroom window, and it was standing in the backyard, still, staring straight up at me. That was the last time I saw it. I never got an explanation, but I've always had a theory. Around the time of the first sighting, the city had started some construction on the section of a trail nearby, digging into some old drainage tunnels that ran under the forest. I think that whatever I saw lived down there. Maybe the noise, the digging, it stirred something up. Something that maybe didn't want to be disturbed. To this day, I don't use that trail. I don't even like walking near the woods at night. And even now, years later, I still find myself glancing at the trees. I'm half expecting to see those weird eyes, watching. But I never do see them. There was a story passed down from my great-great-grandfather about his time on the Oregon Trail. Although the snakes and dysentery were common struggles amongst the pioneers, there was something far more terrifying than anything they could have imagined, lurking in the plains of the Northeast. Creatures that would hunt the travelers and pick off family members, one by one throughout the night. Other wagon convoys would often pass by the destruction and carnage left in its wake. Most always because resources were scarce. The parties that did stumble upon the blood-covered land would loot the wagons and whatever clothing remained that they could find, as groups would inevitably cross paths and trade their goods. They'd also trade stories of a vile beast roaming the prairie. Skeptics would argue that it was the Native American tribes committing these acts against them, but some claimed that they'd seen the monster firsthand while traveling through the night. Whether the stories they told were nothing more than tall tales or based in reality, the tragedy that littered the trail was undeniable, and the families brave enough to pack up everything they had to go on this adventure were suddenly becoming more and more fearful of what was to come next. It was true that the pioneers had consistent run-ins with the Native American people. Most occasions were met passively. It was rare for them to engage with the wagon convoys. When skirmishes did happen, the natives were ruthless, and what they left in the brutal aftermath would be a mess of death in their own right. But it was a distinctively human mess. There would be discarded weapons, broken blades, and the wagon usually blackened by fire and missing its valuables. One of the most glaring differences being what condition the horses were left in. The natives either shot or stole whatever animal was at the front of the wagon. The beasts would consume them, either fully or partially, but always leaving the hooves and the horseshoes. Their bones would look crushed, as if bitten through with the strength far beyond the capabilities of a bear or a mountain lion. My great-great-grandmother, she was named Abigail, and she was just 5 when our family started their journey west. The immediate family she intended to travel with consisted of her mother, father, and her 2 older siblings, who both died on the day before they were set to leave. One of them was ran over by a horse, and the other was shot as they tried to defend their siblings' honor by stabbing the man who was riding the horse. The remaining 3 members would bury the 2 and depart before the sun came up the next morning. Abigail's dad, Amos, steered the wagon during the daytime, a male presence in the open to detour bandits. Then Livy, the mother, would stay up through the night and keep lookout. She could hold her own with a rifle, and during one of her nightly shifts on guard, she'd see something that she described starting out as a native woman. She rose up from the tall grass, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Livy stood up from the small fire burning next to the wagon. She called out to the woman with a hello while waving the rifle in the air. The native woman stayed unmoving, all but her hair that was pushed around by the wind, and following its dance like the grass that grew past her hips, she was practically a silhouette against the night sky. And as the wind continued to blow her hair around, clumps of it began to fall away. She let out an agonizing, piercing scream that makes Livy lower her rifle. She moved her feet into a shooting stance. She watched in horror as the woman's screams transformed into a sickening gargle. Strands of what was originally thought to be the woman's hair began to move independent of the natural flow of wind. What Livy saw was explained to me as if it had come from the woman's throat, out her mouth, described like roots from a tree growing upside down. But the roots were alive and moving, stretching up to taste the cold air. What Livy saw before her no longer resembled a human, and it scared her enough to fire a shot from her rifle. The round hits the creature square in the chest, and it fell backwards into the tall grass, no longer gargling. The commotion had woken up Amos, and he was able to see the woman right before Livy pulled the trigger. Quickly grabbing a lantern from a hook inside the wagon, he ignited the oil and began panning the light over the tall blades of grass while standing on the wagon's front bench as Livy loaded another round into the rifle. She raised it again and put the wooden buttstock against her shoulder, and with the flint stock ready to fire while Amos continued to slowly move the lantern's glow across the land. While Abigail laid undisturbed, fast asleep, under an assortment of fabrics and animal hide, her parents were wide awake, just outside, prepared to meet any adversary that entered in their distance of illumination. From the back of the wagon, the family's 2 oxen started to make noise. Their bellies jingled aggressively, and the wooden bar that their ropes were looped to broke off the wagon, nearly tipping it over in the process. Amos and Livy watched as both of their oxen gallop in different directions into the darkness of the pasture. Without words, Livy takes off towards the back of the wagon. Amos, who's still on the wagon, turns and faces the lantern into the covered wagon. Before Livy's able to get all the way around, she hears Amos scream. 2 more long strides, and she's able to see why he's screaming. The native girl that Livy had previously shot was standing on the back of the wagon. She was facing the light that Amos was holding, shining at her. And that's when Livy was able to see the girl's features. The skin on the girl was discolored, hung loosely on her bones. Livy determined by her clothing that she was a native girl. Her eyes were open, but they were glazed in a fog. By all accounts, the girl looked deceased. Then, her jaw slowly opened, and her deep gurgling choke began again. Livy aimed the rifle, and as the first tentacle slid from the girl's lips, she fires. It takes off part of the girl's skull, but it doesn't fall or bleed. It was like her body was being used as a shell for something Livy and Amos couldn't see. It let out a hiss that sounds comparable to a fast-moving river. It's a burst of noise, and the creature turns its attention to Livy. Inside the wagon, Amos is terrified and does the dumbest, maybe smartest, quite possibly only thing he can do, which is to throw the oil lantern at the creature. The lantern explodes and fully engulfs the girl's body, sets the wagon top cover on fire. Livy runs to the wagon, desperately tries to untie the cover from the frame, as Amos fights through the fire to get Abigail. The creature jumps from the wagon and runs only a few yards before collapsing. The wagon was saved by Livy's quick actions, all except a cover, which they could purchase at the next junction. As the sun rose that morning, before continuing on, Amos located what was left of the girl's charcoaled remains, and it said that he did find the girl's body. It was completely blackened from the fire, unrecognizable of any features, besides being in the shape of a human. Amos noticed the head and the neck were missing, down to the curve of the body's shoulder blades. It revealed a hollow inside, the rib bones holding its skin like a tent, but no innards. It was believed that something was inside that poor dead native girl, controlling her, either as a shell or a lure. Then it crawled out when it could no longer use the corpse. Neither Amos or Livy spoke as they stood over that corpse. They never told the others in their convoy what happened either. But after that night, they noticed something strange. Stories of people disappearing, wagons left untouched, horses eaten. They stopped, as if whatever had been hunting them had moved on. Or maybe just moved somewhere else. The story's been passed down through generations in my family, always ending the same way. What Amos and Livy saw that night wasn't a person, and it wasn't just a creature. It was something else entirely. The worst summer job I ever had wasn't really the worst job ever. But one isolated incident kept these feelings resonating through the years. When I saw this question, I knew I had to answer. I was a summer camp youth club leader at the YMCA for 1 year. I'd already been working for the Y, but that was the first year they'd asked me to be a camp counselor for 2 weeks in July. Usually it would be my lead that attended these trips, but she was just about to give birth or had just given birth. Either or, I was next in line. It was extra money, and a month before I got that offer, my boyfriend at the time cheated on me with my friend at the time, Carrie Bernadette McLennan. That snake bitch ruined my summer schedule indefinitely. Yet another big incentive to get away for a few weeks. Sure, I'd be watching over some kids, but what's the worst that could happen? The morning arrives and me and the other camp leads are supposed to show up early for an orientation. Then the kids would arrive shortly after. Each lead receives 5 kids for their troop. I wish that I could say I remember all the kids' names that I had in my troop. I know there was a Tabitha because we called her Tabby Cat, but out of the girls I had, the only name I distinctly remember, and will always remember for the rest of my life, was Beth. But why Beth? Here's why Beth. And this shit literally started on the first day. Well, night, because that's when she started scaring the girls. I don't know if it was even a full moon that night, but Beth kept telling everyone that something changes in her during a full moon. Once her parents had found her on the front lawn with bloodied clothing after a full moon. Dumb shit like that. A few of these girls were churchgoers, so Beth's demonic claims were really getting to them. Oh yeah, Beth told them that she could talk to the devil before the full moon thing. The cabin, all 6 of us shared, was built like a miniature log cabin. Inside each wall, aside from the entrance, had 2 slabs of woods on it, resembling bunk beds. The first thing everyone did was pick their bunks and set their sleeping bags on them. I, of course, had to be above Beth, as the other 4 girls had linked up immediately as bunkmates. The camp cabins are relatively spread apart from each other. Each cabin has a small trail that joins into a larger central pathway. Depending on which way you took, it would lead you to either the food hall or the art center, or swimming, archery, and the rec. That was going left and right, but on the other side of the pathway, like if you were to keep walking straight out of the cabin, you'd find yourself at a huge lake with docks and kayaks. The cabin my troop stayed in had a beautiful view of the lake, and my bunk had a perfectly unobstructed view of it through one of the small windows, but that means so did Beth. Still, the same first night, I'm falling asleep and I can hear the girls all chatting below me. Their conversations make me squirm in my sleeping bag, thinking about being so cringy at that age, and if I wasn't already slightly disturbed by their bursts of laughter and whispers, Beth had to make shit weird again. From below me, I can hear her get way louder than the other girls' whisper squeaks. She goes, "There's someone floating above the lake. No, look, there's really someone out there." I'm turned facing the wall, and I can hear the girls slowly grow quiet. None of them move, though. They're all apprehensive to leave the warmth of their bunks on the possibility of being fooled by one of Beth's crazy claims. For me, though, all I had to do was turn over. So I did. I'm looking about 120 yards from our window to the water, and suddenly I felt that impending sense of doom, that deep fight or flight fear. Beth wasn't lying. I saw a man suspended just above the water of the lake. If he was in the water, I would have thought that he'd drown, but he was floating above the water. His shadow, it was visible on the calm waves under him. One of the girls eventually gets up to look. She sees it too, and calls for the other girls to come to the window. They all press against it, looking at this anomaly. This blocks my view of the lake, but almost right after they all gather at the window, they all begin to scream and run back to their beds. Pretending I'm asleep, I can hear them all talking back and forth about how a blue light came up from the lake and pulled the man down into the lake. They argued if they saw a tentacle reach through the blue beam of the light to grab the man. One of the girls was quietly sobbing, and I fell asleep to Beth's voice repeating, "See, I told you so." The next day, I'm shocked that none of the girls are bringing it up to me. Like, none of the girls tried to tell me what happened the previous night. I couldn't tell them I was fake sleeping to ignore their cries of terror, so I just left it alone too. But me and 5 tiny witnesses did see something. So, what was it? I graduated from college in '03 and took a job on the East Coast. It was a 12-hour drive to my new apartment, and I had to make it alone. To avoid the heaviest traffic, I left at 6 p.m., planning to drive through the night. The first half of the trip was normal enough, and then I stopped for gas sometime after midnight. It was a 24-hour station, so I decided I could get some snacks, and I ended up talking to the cashier. He said that I could save an hour if I took a back road to the next city. I was so tired already that an hour sounded like an eternity. I wanted that shortcut. The guy said that it was a straight shot through the woods, so that's what I did. I was on the road for maybe 15 or 20 minutes when something the size of a moose ran across the road. But we don't have moose down here, and its fur was pitch black, so it definitely wasn't that. It shot right in front of me so fast that I didn't even hit the brakes. It disappeared back into the woods as quickly as it had appeared, and I just kept driving. I turned off the radio and kept replaying the event in my head. For the next few minutes, there was only the sound of my engine, but then something howled so loudly, it sounded like it was in the car with me. We had lots of wolves and coyotes where I come from, and these didn't sound like coyotes. It was closer to a wolf, but they usually howl in groups. I'm not sure that I've ever heard just one wolf howling by itself. I was going 50 miles an hour, but it didn't sound like I was moving away from the noise. When I looked out my driver's side window, the trees shook as if something large was moving through them to keep pace with me. When I slowed down, so did the movement. I wasn't about to stop, so I sped up, hoping to outrun it. I was pushing 65 when a black blur shot across the road. I'm not even sure if I hit it. Everything was just a blur. I slammed on the brakes and swerved away. Then there was a flash of trees, and the car was upside down. I was still strapped into my seat, and a small corner of the road was visible through the windshield. The huge black animal was standing just outside. I could see its back paws, like a wolf. But wolves don't get that big. It sounded like it was scratching the underside of the car. There were these awful screeching, like the metal was being ripped open. I tried to reach for the belt buckle, but I couldn't lift my arm. I couldn't feel anything. I thought I was paralyzed. My vision turned red on one side, and I realized blood was running into my eye. And then the car started rocking, like the thing was trying to shake it open. That's the last thing I remember. I drifted in and out of consciousness through my rescue. I mostly remember lights, voices, and lots of pain as they pulled me from the wreckage. I had to be airlifted to a trauma center, and that's where I lived for the next 3 weeks. I was lucky that it was a cop who found me. She drove by and found me shortly after I lost consciousness. The doctor said that I would be dead if it had taken longer than a few minutes. The officer came to visit me once I was in my recovery. She started asking me questions like if I'd seen anything unusual before the crash. I decided not to tell anyone what I saw because I knew how crazy it sounded. But I had to know if she saw it too. She'd seen something all right, but she didn't know what it was either. The thing ran off as soon as she started her siren. It definitely freaked her out as much as it had me. We both agreed to leave that part out of the story for her report. Instead, she wrote that I swerved to miss a deer. Unfortunately, I've encountered more than a few rabid animals in my life. If you come across one, either stay away, call animal control, or shoot it, but don't pick it up. Wait, make sure it's dead, and then follow the local protocols. I often bury rabid animals in a hole, soak them in diesel fuel, and burn the body so nothing digs it up and gets infected. It's not a pretty picture, I understand that, but it's life or death when you see something foaming at the mouth. And death do a lot more than the rabid animal itself. It was around 9:30 at night, and the girls, I have 2 daughters, had been out playing in the pool when they came running in saying that there was a big, giant raccoon in the yard, that it was walking funny. Knowing that likely wasn't a good sign either way, I went out with a .22, and sure enough, this giant raccoon was staggering and foaming at the mouth. It was huge. It was dark outside, but I could see that much, and he could see me. He began to hiss loudly. I shot him 2 times in what I thought had to have been the head, but he didn't die. Rabid animals don't feel normal pain, and they don't have any fear, but they also don't retreat. Only that's what this one did. Ran away faster than any raccoon I've ever seen in my life. I didn't know what to think. We stayed inside. Almost a week later, I was barbecuing. It was still light out. I heard that loud hissing again. Surprised, I spin around. I don't see the thing at first, but I hear it. I run inside, tell the family to stay inside while I grab the .22. I went back out there, still hearing the hissing, and finally I spotted it. But this thing is way back, at least 10 yards away at the tree line, foaming at the mouth, but standing on 2 legs. And it's just massive. It's loud. I'm not even sure that it's a raccoon anymore, but I'm sure he's watching me. This is not the behavior of a rabid animal, keeping its distance. Absolutely not. Showing any kind of controlled behavior like stalking. Not to mention, almost a week had passed and this guy's still alive. Infected raccoons are ostracized from others, and they live a maximum of 1 to 3 days, especially with a couple shots to the head. Nothing about this creature made any sense, so I shot at it again. This time it seemed to literally dodge the shots entirely, but didn't disappear. Just kept watching from other parts of the tree line, hissing. I kept shooting. I knew I hit it, but it didn't matter. The thing disappeared, but I continued to hear the hissing, becoming paranoid, and I kept everyone inside, warned the girls about the hissing, told them to stay away from the tree line. Everyone had heard it and seen it at least once. That was enough to take it seriously. The girls said they heard it one night while in the living room watching a movie. The back window was open. They were both too scared to even get off the couch to close the window, so they just listened. Eventually it gave up, disappearing for what would apparently be the last time. I never saw the thing again. Animal control never reported catching anything matching my description, and they never reported any rabid raccoons in the area at all. I just have to wonder then, what the hell did we see? I was 19 when I finally escaped my parents' constraints, spread my wings, and left the nest. I was terrified. My parents weren't monsters, and they would have let me stay there forever if I wanted. But that's the reason I had to go, you know? I easily could have stayed living in the little mother-in-law apartment downstairs, but I felt my spirit start to wither. Born and raised in the same small coastal town, there's almost a nostalgic feeling to think that you could live like this forever. The population rarely changes through generations. Teachers could recall the antics they witnessed from the parents of my classmates when they taught them years ago. Summer jobs become careers, and you become a manager of a group of kids trying to earn money for school clothes. Simple routines lacking urgency or accomplishment. Those adorable anchors my friends called babies, it wasn't for me. So first chance I got, I split like a cheap pair of pants, albeit my chance arrived in the form of my aunt destroying her hips, falling down the wooden staircase in her home. Her name was Colleen. She was my mom's older sister that lived alone in a secluded wooded area in New England. From what I'd known about Colleen, she'd burnt every bridge with every other family member she had, but the sisterly bond that she shared with my mom never dissolved. My parents loved Colleen, and so did I, but they both had jobs and couldn't take time off of work to care for her, so I volunteered. In a tragic turn of circumstances, the week after I arrived, Colleen would pass away in her sleep from a brain aneurysm. Instead of taking on the responsibility of getting the house ready to sell, my mom proposed that they take over the deed to the house. I think my mom was excited at the prospect of having the house all to themselves again, as when I came home the first time after Colleen's passing, half of my bedroom had already been packed up. The following weekend, all 3 of us drove back up to New England to pick up Colleen's ashes and unpack my belongings into the big empty house. I didn't have much when it came to belongings. Everything I owned could fit in the coat closet by the front door. The house was already furnished with frivolous high-end products, products my lonely aunt would order from her catalogs. The neighborhood was quiet, safe community with a good school district. This was a fact I remember my dad telling me as we set down the last box from the moving truck. It wasn't a big deal, but I was under the impression that we were all going to go out to dinner when we were done unpacking. But instead, my dad says that stuff about the school district and then goes, "So you're good here, right?" I replied in confident agreeance. I did heavily reflect upon why they were so elated for me to go. Could I have been that annoying? Have they only been nice to me for these 19 years because they were obligated to as my parents? No, they wanted to smoke pot. I never knew they were drug bugs, and apparently they weren't for 19 years, but as soon as I leave, they get hooked on the stuff again. So there I was, alone for the first night in this house. I didn't do much, unpacked a little, found a frozen lasagna buried in the freezer that didn't look horrible. I ate it on the couch while watching some terrible reality show, one that Colleen had probably recorded years ago. The place still smelled like her perfume, a powdery, floral scent. It reminded me of department store makeup counters. It was strange being there without her. Not necessarily bad, just quiet. Maybe it was too quiet. By midnight, I was getting ready for bed, and I realized I hadn't locked the back door. The house had a sprawling backyard that bled into the woods, and though the town was safe, my mom had drilled into me that unlocked doors were an invitation for trouble. So I patted down the kitchen, flipped on the light, and checked the deadbolt. Locked. I frowned. I swore I hadn't touched it earlier, but I must have. I grabbed a glass from the cabinet and filled it with water, leaning against the counter as I stared out the window above the sink. The backyard was pitch black, the porch light barely illuminating the first few feet of grass before the trees swallowed the rest. The woods were so much darker here than back home on the coast. Less sky, no streetlights, just a wall of blackness stretching endlessly beyond the house. I was about to turn away when something moved. A shadow just past the porch. I caught my breath. I squinted, trying to see through the darkness. It had been quick, just a flicker of movement against the trees. An animal? Trick of the light? What light? I thought. Then something moved past the window. I jerked back so fast I nearly dropped my glass. A figure, tall, broad-shouldered, had moved along the side of the house. No flashlight, no sound, just a slow, deliberate stride. My stomach turned to ice. It wasn't my parents. They wouldn't be back until the morning. No neighbors, no expected visitors. Someone was out there. My heart was pounding as I rushed through the house, checking all the doors, flipping off as many lights as I could. I didn't want to see whatever was out there, and I sure as hell didn't want it to see me. But curiosity got the best of me. I crept back toward the kitchen, keeping low, peering out the window at an angle. The yard was still, empty. Maybe I'd imagined it. Then the porch light flickered. For a split second, I saw something at the edge of the yard. Not a person, something else. It was tall, wrong, its arms hanging far too low, its shoulders unnaturally high, its legs bending oddly, like they weren't jointed correctly. And though I couldn't see its face, I knew it was looking at me. The second the light cut out completely, I ducked below the counter. My pulse was hammering in my ears. The house felt impossibly big all of a sudden. Too many windows, too many ways for it to see me. I needed to close the blinds. I moved as fast as I could, yanking down the shades in the kitchen, then the living room, the hallway. My hands were shaking so badly, I fumbled the last one, the cord tangling in my fingers as I struggled to pull it down. And then I heard it, a deep, rhythmic clicking. It came from just outside the glass door. I went still. I practically stopped breathing. The sound I heard wasn't human. It was deliberate, patterned, like a language I didn't understand. I forced myself to move, to shut the last blind, sealing myself in darkness. I stayed crouched on the floor for what felt like hours, barely breathing, waiting for some sound, some sign that it was gone. But the night stretched on, silent, except for the occasional creak of the house settling. Just when I thought it would be safe to move, I'd hear that clicking sound. So I stayed put. And apparently I stayed put for hours, because eventually headlights swept across the driveway. My parents were back. I ran outside to meet them, nearly barreling into my dad. I told them everything about the shadow, the clicking, the way it moved. My dad sighed, rubbing his face. He told me it was probably a deer, maybe an owl. My mom said that I had been alone too long, and my nerves were getting the best of me. They really didn't understand. That night, I laid in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself that they were right, that all of it had been my imagination, a trick of the light, an overactive mind. But deep down, I knew it wasn't those things, because as I drifted into uneasy sleep, I swore I heard it again, the same slow, deliberate clicking, somewhere beyond my walls. When it didn't happen for a few days, I decided I was safe, that whatever it was had decided to move on. This was over 4 years ago, and though I've settled into the house quite nicely, I do constantly wonder if and when I'll hear that clicking again. And as much as I don't think I want to know, I still wonder, what was it? This isn't a creepypasta or anything. This is a true story my dad told me, and one that he always swore by. In Tijuana, there was a demon-like creature that used to wander the streets, preying on the unhoused and women of the night. My dad's name is Carlos, and when he was in high school, there was a string of murders that happened, really putting the town on edge for about a month before everything got back to normal. Tijuana and easy living are opposites. Crime rates have always been high, but these murders were different. When the bodies would be found by the shop owner opening up in the morning, or a kid walking to school, all of them looked like they'd been mummified. Not with the white wraps. They looked like their insides had been sucked out, but their skin stayed intact. They looked petrified. They died with their eyes wide open, hands in front of their face. Police at the time had no leads, and the victims didn't have stab wounds or bullet holes. It was like nothing anyone had ever seen before. The first victim was found by garbage men. They found a deceased man lying on his back in the middle of the street. He was an anomaly, and the police were so stunned at what they'd seen, they didn't investigate it like a murder. The mummified bum became a celebrity for a day, and people young and old left their houses to see it at the station. By evening, the excitement wore down, and the town returned to its usual routine. A deli shop owner would find the second victim, huddled up against the metal exterior gate of his shop. Another member of the community found dead in the same horrific state wasn't met with the same enthusiasm as the first. Police didn't prop this one up for locals to see, and they launched a real investigation, blocking off the street most of the day to gather evidence. Then, another body would be found, and another. By now, a few people had come forward as witnesses to seeing this thing, the one responsible. Local newspapers embellished their accounts, printing stories about a demon retrieving souls for El Diablo in hell. Other reports referred to it as the chupacabra. However, what people described didn't sound anything like a chupacabra. Not to mention, they wouldn't travel near urban areas. Witnesses said it was pure black, darker than the night around it. One person would come forward claiming that they watched it move interdimensionally, like from second to third. That was the report made by my dad when he was 16, and what he saw scared him more than anything he'd ever seen in the Mexican army. I won't go into detail about those things, but let's just say the cartel uses flesh like painters use paint. It's an art expressed with passion and an emphasis in detail. So, him saying this demon thing was scarier than that stuff was pretty wild to me. Carlos was on his bike. He'd just had a romantic evening with a girl whose name he'd forgotten, but it doesn't matter for the story. When Carlos enters the city, he always got off his bike and pushed it a little before he got to his house, because at that time of night, there weren't a lot of cars on the road. So the ones that were would speed up and down the roads, and after a handful of close calls, Carlos started walking his bike on the side of the streets, with a smile on his face this night. He was very accustomed to being in the city at night. He and his friends would often meet up to skateboard right when that started getting big in California. They'd skate after dark when there was less security, and overall, watchful eyes. So his trip home that night was nothing out of the ordinary when he began. There were still some people here and there, not enough to make the city feel alive, not enough to make a conversation audible in passing. Those still outside at that time of night were either quickly going inside one of the apartment buildings, or they lived outside and were sheltering in hiding spots out of sight. Either way, soon enough he was mostly alone. The streets around Carlos were as quiet as they were going to be for the next 24 hours, and all he could hear was the electric hum of the lamppost above him as he continued to push his bike towards home. But early into the final leg of his journey, Carlos started to feel spooked. Fear coiled around him, tightening with every step until he was barely making progress. Every few feet he was stopping to cautiously glance in all directions, as if he'd had a premonition that something evil was nearby. The hair stood up on his arms, and as much as he wanted to just get on his bike and ride home, his legs were barely walking. Jumping on a bike and starting to pedal required a level of confidence that he didn't have, not at that second, so he maintained the slow pace he was at. When Carlos randomly stopped again to look in all directions, on the same sidewalk he's on, he sees a formless shadow taking shape on the ground about 7 meters away. It had virtually no volume in its shape. It was like a shadow of a cloud was forming on the ground, and nothing above it. Nothing to make the shadow. But a dark one had formed on the concrete, all the same. Seeing this confuses Carlos, and he fully stopped, trying to figure out what was making that weird shadow on the ground. And then, from behind him, back in the direction he was walking, the harsh metal slam of an exit-only door makes Carlos turn. On the other sidewalk across the street from him, a young woman is leaving out the back door of a brick building from its alleyway. Before she gets to the sidewalk and turns left or right, the way she's walking from the alley, it's like she's walking facing towards Carlos. Not wanting to make the woman think he's staring at her, Carlos quickly averts his eyes back to the shadow cloud behind him on the side of the road. It's almost impossible to spot amongst the other shadows being casted. And if he hadn't already seen it form, my dad probably wouldn't have seen anything that happened next. So, as he's finding it again, he can hear the woman's high heels on the concrete. The pop noise of her heels echoes off the brick around her and sounds like she's walking in the direction opposite of him. They wouldn't have crossed paths because they were on the other sides of the street. But just as Carlos lays his eyes back on the shadow, It moves silently on the ground to where Carlos couldn't track it anymore, through the dark of an unlit road. He looks back up at the woman. She's not paying attention to anything going on around her. It's to be questioned if she even noticed Carlos on the other side of the road. There's a cigarette in her mouth, and she was digging around a big black and gold purse for a torch. The purse is held up by her left hand while she furiously pushed stuff around with the other hand. Then, under the illumination of a lamppost across the street, Carlos sees the shadow cloud again take form and start sliding towards the woman, like how he first saw it coming towards him. The woman still hadn't pulled her head out of her purse by the time the shadow gets to her. And that's when Carlos watches the shadow grow up out of its flat dimension. As it grew in volume, its shape was no longer resembling a cloud. It now looked like a beast out of nightmares, with a tornado of black around it that melted into the ground. Its face elongated and hooked like a beak. The swirl moving around it moved with immense force, but none of the litter in the road was disturbed, and the woman didn't notice. Its beak opened, and the woman dropped her purse. Carlos described what he saw happen by saying an aurora borealis-like thing, only gray and blue, was pulled from the woman. The black creature absorbed the essence like a vacuum. Her skin aged centuries in a matter of seconds, and then she collapsed to the ground. The creature sank back into the black tornado, and the tornado dropped back into a shadow on the ground next to the lifeless woman. Carlos had a surge of do or die, and he hopped onto his bike, pedaling as fast as he could until he got home. Completely exhausted, he called the police from his home and made the report. My dad never spoke of that night again, not until he told me. Even then, he told me because I asked him directly about the story in the newspaper, about the reports of a demon roaming the streets of Tijuana. He recounted it as fact, not legend, and he swore that every detail he shared was true. He still remembers the exact spot where the shadow emerged, where the woman fell, but he's never gone back. Not even in the daylight would he pass that same spot. My dad says that some things aren't meant to be understood, and he believes what he saw that night was proof of it, whether it was a demon, a curse, or something beyond human comprehension. It certainly isn't of this world as we know it. Whatever it was, he says, it wasn't done. And when I asked him what he meant by that, he looked at me and said, "Things like that don't just stop. They wait." My sister saw something years ago that still haunts her to this day. She doesn't like talking about it, and when she does, it takes a lot out of her. I've only heard the full story once, and even then she had to stop a few times to collect herself. At the time, she was living in Kansas with her now ex-husband, who was active military. I'm not sure the exact town, but it was somewhere near the base. Things were rough for her back then. Emotionally, mentally. Her husband was abusive, and she'd started taking late-night drives just to get out of the house and breathe. There was a small park that she liked to go to. Nothing fancy, some trees, a little playground, one way in and out across an old covered bridge. She'd go late at night, sometimes bringing a blanket and a candle just to sit on the grass, listen to music, and just exist in silence. She told me this happened on one of those nights. She was laying on her back, staring up at the sky, music in her ears, candle flickering beside her. On one side, woods, on the other side, the parking lot and the playground. She said it was so quiet that night she could hear the wind shifting through the grass. And then out of nowhere, a voice in her head said, "Get up, now." She sat up. Every hair on her body stood on end. She looked around. Nothing. No cars, no footsteps. Just the same quiet park she'd been coming to for weeks. At first, anyway. She scanned left to right and then looked back to her left again. And that's when she saw movement at the tree line. At first, she figured it was a deer or maybe someone out walking their dog. But the longer she stared, the more she realized it was standing upright, slender, too tall. She couldn't see the details at first, but it had this strange gait, like it was gliding across the grass in long, unnatural strides. Still, she didn't panic. Not yet. She just gathered her things, trying to convince herself it was just a person. But when she looked up, the figure had crossed more distance than was natural or possible. It was still far off, but something about the way it moved didn't sit right with her. That's when she noticed how long its limbs were, how unnatural the movement had become, and how quiet it was, despite now being close enough that she should have heard shoes, gravel, something. She stood up and started walking quickly towards her car. She couldn't run. She said something in her gut told her not to run. It felt like if she did, it would give it permission to chase. She said the worst part was walking diagonally toward the car while knowing this thing was closing in. Every few steps she could hear it now. Soft, crunching footsteps behind her, measured but fast. She didn't dare turn around. When she reached her car and yanked open the door, she finally saw it under the parking lot lights. It was just standing there, too tall, skin pale like bone, no hair anywhere. Its arms hung incredibly low, and its legs, they moved in a way that she couldn't even explain, like it was bent in all the wrong places. She never got a good look at its face. She said that she couldn't. It was too close to her headlights, too tall for her line of sight from inside the car. She reversed so fast she nearly backed into the playground fence, then peeled out toward the bridge. She didn't look back until she hit the far side of the bridge and knew she was putting distance behind her. When she finally did glance in the mirror, it was still standing in the same spot. It hadn't followed. It hadn't moved. It just watched. She never went back to that park. For years afterward, she was afraid to be outside alone at night, even in residential neighborhoods. She told me she still gets flashes of that moment far too often, especially when walking the dog or sitting in a car alone. And she kept that story to herself for a long time, didn't think anyone would believe her. But since then, I've seen more stories pop up. People describing things that sound eerily similar. It makes me wonder just how many people out there have seen something like it and kept quiet. She swears it wasn't human. She swears it wasn't anything that belonged above ground. And I believe her. I wasn't there, but I could still see the way her hands trembled when she told me the story, the way her voice shook. And sometimes late at night when I'm alone outside, I think of it too. And I hope if it ever does happen to me, I'm close enough to safety to run. Mothman. That's the only name I've ever been able to give it. It was a warm summer evening and my family had gathered for an outdoor movie night at one of our relatives' houses. They'd set up a big screen in the backyard, rows of folding chairs and blankets covering the grass. The scent of popcorn and citronella candles was mixed in the air. In the sun, it was setting. For a kid around 7 or 8 years old, it really felt like the perfect night. The movie had just started when my attention began to wander. I wasn't interested in whatever was playing on the screen. I still don't remember what it was. So I turned my gaze toward the tree line at the edge of the yard. It was almost fully dark by then, the faint glow of the moon casting shadows across the ground. And that's when I saw something. At first I thought it was a trick of the light, just my imagination playing with the shapes of the trees, but as I stared, I realized it was something else entirely. A tall, black figure stood just beyond the trees, partially hidden by the shadows. It looked like it was covered in fur or hair, its long, spindly arms hanging unnaturally low. Its eyes, though, I remember those most clearly. They glowed a deep, almost fiery red, cutting through the darkness like embers, and it was staring right at me. I froze, not in fear exactly, but in shock. It wasn't moving, not even a little, just standing there, watching. The distance between us made it hard to make out specific details, and the dim light didn't help. I couldn't see if it had wings or not, though part of me expected it to. It was hard to explain the feeling, but it didn't seem threatening. There was an almost unnatural calm about it, like it wasn't interested in hurting me. It just was. After what felt like forever, curiosity got the better of me. I turned and ran back to the group, tugging on the sleeve of the nearest adult. "There's something in the woods," I said, urging them to come and see. Of course, they were skeptical, but I wouldn't let it go. I begged someone to follow me back to where I'd seen it. By the time I returned to the spot, it was completely dark. The figure was gone. The only thing staring back at me now were the trees. I scanned the area desperately, trying to catch another glimpse, but it was as if it had vanished into thin air. Understandably, no one believed me. I was just a kid with an overactive imagination, they said. Maybe I'd seen a shadow or a deer moving through the woods. But I know what I saw. It wasn't a shadow. It wasn't a deer. And though I wasn't afraid when I saw it, the memory of those glowing red eyes has stuck with me ever since. What was it? Was it watching me for a reason? Why didn't it move while I was looking? And why did it disappear the moment I turned away? I've never been able to answer those questions, but one thing I do know for sure, it wasn't my imagination. One night I was driving home at around 2 a.m., and this tiny, tiny white creature, probably as tall as a Pringles can, though maybe a bit smaller, walked across the road in front of my car. I couldn't believe what I saw, so I called my then boyfriend and frantically described the creature. He told me that sounded like a Fresno nightcrawler. When I got home and looked it up, that's exactly what it looked like. I'd never even heard about them before. I don't live in California, not even close. I still have no clue what it was. Some more details about what I saw, because I hadn't thought about this for a while, but now it's coming back to me. The bottoms of its legs ended in what looked like flowing bits or ribbons, and it was almost translucent. I could almost see the road through the creature. It walked at a kind of jaunty pace, like a person might walk. The best way to describe it is like a super steppy walk that the dwarves would sometimes do in Snow White or Mickey Mouse does sometimes. I slowed my car down, but was afraid to stop it completely, and the thing disappeared as my car went through it. Honestly, it was so fucking cute, I wasn't even scared. But I was a little shaken up having seen something like this. I was born in Port Elizabeth, South Africa, and lived with my mom and siblings in Holland Park until the age of 8. We were all enrolled in the local primary school around the corner from our house. The school had those temporary classrooms back in 1989 when I was in grade 1. One evening after a function at the school, I walked past one of the temporary classrooms with 2 friends. We heard a strange noise coming from the room, sounding like a chair being scraped across the floor. Looking in through the window, I distinctly remember seeing a very small, green man, looking almost like a toddler, with very long arms, jumping to and fro on the tables, scraping his nails on the floor as he went. I can remember feeling cold all over and simply turning and running, with my friends following behind. I'm now almost 37 years old and still remember this clearly. I have no idea what it could have been, though. If there is a logical explanation, I cannot think of what it might be. I've been thinking lately that it may have been some kind of Takalashi creature, or something along those lines. But what would it be doing in a classroom? Well, that's beyond me. I have had other mildly frightening experiences, such as hearing the back door of our house open while in another room. When I went to look, the door was locked. Other than these experiences, I don't think I've had contact with anything supernatural. But I do think this was supernatural. Any comments or insights on the little green man would be appreciated, if only to try and solve the mystery once and for all. I've been driving a rig for a little over 3 years now, but I'm currently looking for some new work. Some people enjoy the lifestyle, but it's just not for me. I grew up in a city where the only thing you had to worry about were the other people, robberies, murderers, and the like. But when you're driving through open roads in the middle of nowhere, there are much worse concerns. Concerns I never considered when I took the job. Most of the time, the worst you'll encounter are poor drivers and traffic jams. But I recently drove through the night in order to finish a haul before my kid's birthday. To be fair, I did make it back for his party, just not without a price. It was well past 1 a.m. on a long stretch of highway when I had a back tire blow out on the passenger side. Huge strips of rubber were on the road, and I had just come around a curve. I couldn't leave it there for someone to hit, so I pulled over, grabbed a flashlight. I was more annoyed than anything. It's just exactly my type of luck. Once the rubber was off the road, I dug out all of the tire tools and got to work. Right when I got the old one off, I started hearing something big moving around in the woods behind me. At first, I ignored it, but as it got closer, I realized it was something on 2 legs. We don't have bears around here. That made me think it was a human, which meant fuck that tire. I threw my tools into the cab and then retrieved the safety triangles. As I ran back, I could hear the footsteps just inside the tree line, running with me. I screamed that I had a gun, even though I didn't. Not that it did any good. When I stopped to jump into the driver's seat, I saw what had been chasing me in a small opening between the trees. It was inhumanly big. Its head was at least 9 feet high, and its shoulders were the width of 2 linebackers. Shit, maybe 3, I don't know. It only stopped to look at me for a split second. Once I was inside the cab, it continued running forward. I got the rig moving as fast as she could go, but within a few hundred yards, it darted into the road. I only caught a glimpse of it as it charged towards the passenger door. It all happened so fast. It was on all 4s now. I know its body was the size of a brown bear, but its body was jet black, and its head was more like a wolf's. The ears and the snout were long and pointed, and it was bearing huge fangs. I can't really pinpoint what was strange about its teeth. It's like there were more than there should have been, but I swerved so fast that it all seemed to blur together. It slammed into the back of my cab so hard that I thought it must be dead, but it flew back into the woods like it hadn't felt a thing. There was a second I didn't know if I was going to be able to straighten the rig out, but once I did, I didn't stop until I made it to town. By then, I'd begun to question everything. Did I really see what I think I saw? Did I even get a flat tire? Was I just that overworked and overstressed? But then I got out and saw the damage. There had definitely been a flat, and something had definitely hit my truck. There was a huge dent in the side like it had been hit with a wrecking ball. The insurance claim says it was a deer because what the hell else was I supposed to say? A giant wolf-bear monster attacked me? Nah, I have enough problems, thank you very much. This is the only place that I've told the truth, and it's the only place I intend to ever share it. Maybe now I can stop obsessing over it. One thing is for sure. I haven't driven at night since, and I don't think I ever will. I'm not interested in discussing what I'm about to tell you in a deeper retrospect. It is what it is, and I don't really care to think about how life could be different if I didn't know. My father was a medic in the war. When he came back, instead of furthering his medical education to become a doctor, he used his inheritance to purchase a bar in South Jersey. He was never affiliated with the mob, but he did on occasion associate with a few members that would go to his bar to drink. They were all on good terms. This was near Avalon in the late 60s. One night, when I was 16, I think it was a Tuesday, I know it was a school night, my father came home covered in blood. He looked over at me and said to go get him a towel and my mom, so I did what I was told. For some reason, when I saw him, I knew it wasn't his blood, that it belonged to one of my dad's associates. On typical nights, he got home around 4 a.m. after locking up the bar. But this night, he came home a few hours earlier. When my mom saw him, she almost fainted. My dad caught her and got blood all over her nightgown. I don't think he knew how bad he looked when he came in. He tells her, Pepper. Pepper's the name he called my mom. He goes, Pepper, calm down. It's not my blood. When she heard that, her demeanor switched from anguish to rage. When she knew my dad hadn't been hurt, that's when she got an attitude about the trail that he'd made that led from the front door to the kitchen. Both of us asking him what happened. Whose blood is that? But before my dad explains, he looked at me. I guess his parental signals were firing off because he tells me that I'm not missing school tomorrow, no matter what, no matter how tired I am, and I need to get my ass to bed. So I did as I was told. Right when I shut my door, I had my ear pressed against it, trying to listen to what my dad was telling my mom. I couldn't hear it good enough, so I took the risk. I cracked my door, and I listened from the hallway atop the stairs. This is the story I heard. That night, my dad had just cleared everybody out of the bar. His bartender was sick that night, so it was only him taking out the trash and locking up. Somewhere in between those things, someone starts banging on the glass front door. My father ignored them, though, thinking it was just a couple of drunks who'd missed last call. Then, whoever was on the other side of the door addressed him by name. Along with the banging, someone was shouting, Marco, open up. It's an emergency. When he unlocked the door, 3 men entered his establishment. One of the men were being carried by the other 2. They told my dad to clear the pool table so they could lay the man down. All of them were dirty. He said it looked like they'd rolled down a dirty hill in tailored suits. The man laying on the pool table was the worse for wear. He was the one bleeding. When they laid him on the pool table, one of the men went to use the bar phone, while the other handed my dad what he thinks is a long rifle bag. The man tells him to put it in the freezer. The front room of the bar has dim lighting, and he didn't realize until he was actually setting the object down that it wasn't a bag with a long rifle. It was a human leg, cut from the thigh, shoe and pant leg still on it, like a mannequin at the store. When he was fighting overseas, my dad witnessed unspeakable carnage that probably changed the genetic makeup of his brain, because after he dropped the leg in the freezer, he immediately got materials to make a tourniquet. I mean, I was still stuck on this part of his story, and he was fully moving on. He goes out to the pool table and starts trying to get it around what's left of this guy's leg while asking everyone what happened. But all the other 2 guys kept saying was that he was attacked by something. The area where the leg had come off was cut clean. The skin hadn't been torn apart or burnt, like what you would see from explosions. As the one man slowly bled out on the table, The other two men argue back and forth about what they'd seen. These were tough guys, gangsters, and both of them, by my dad's description, looked like they were genuinely shaking in their boots from the experience. The man on the table was still conscious and writhing in pain. My dad gave him a bottle of liquor to help ease it in some way. There was no doubt in his mind that the man was going to die. A few minutes later, more headlights brighten up the bar's interior before the car turns off, and the men's boss comes running in with two more goons. He says their doctor's on the way, and then he asks, "Where's Marvin?" Apparently, the group started with 4 members that night. Now one's missing, and another's dying on the pool table. He demanded to know what happened. They completely ignored my dad as he continued to work on the man, using all the knowledge he obtained in the military. The 4 men were unloading cargo from a truck by the vineyards on Highway 47. They were moving boxes in complete darkness. No headlights. Nobody's even allowed to smoke when they do these runs. And from what my dad heard, this transport run happened relatively often. Nothing was out of the ordinary about that night, until one of the guys saw what they thought was a flashlight heading their direction. He tells everyone to hide. All of them find their spots behind the truck out of view from the approaching light. Instinctually, they collectively loaded and readied their guns, thinking it was the cops or another crew. Anyone out there at night would be seen as an opposition and treated accordingly. They're staring at this growing ball of light from their hidden spots, and what they've perceived as an approaching light was only growing in size, not distance. It was already much closer than they'd originally thought. What began the size of a firefly morphed and expanded to the size of a bowling ball. Then it opened, like a window sliding up. They didn't know what to do. All of them slowly abandoned their hiding spots to get a closer look. The air around it felt electrically charged. As it opened, it sizzled like a car battery. On the other side of the window, they could see a completely different landscape. There were no stars in its sky, and the trees that surrounded them didn't populate the area being shown. They scanned the ground on the other side as their point of view dilated, and what they saw was a partially eaten deer carcass. Then, one of the men said a woman appeared from the other side. She was beautiful, dressed in all white. It looked like the long, flowing robe she wore glowed like the electric window that had opened up. They thought that she was an angel or something. When she came into view of the opening, it grew until it reached the grass. Then, the woman stepped through and over to their side. She stepped over the glowing line with grace. It was like she knew they were going to be there, and she was waiting to reveal herself. A member in the group called Gio took the first step towards her with his gun raised. He was yelling, telling her to identify herself. But she just stared at him. So he took another step towards her. Mid-step, she moves at him with insane speed, and they see her limbs are much longer than any normal person. Her hands, her fingers, were pointed and sharp. Not like her fingernails, but the fingers themselves resembled claws. It was a flash of movement in the blink of an eye. By the time Gio finished his second step, he went to put pressure on it, and his leg slid out from under his hip. When he fell, the remaining 3 unloaded every round they had into the woman. She wasn't able to move faster than bullets, and she fell to the grass backwards. But she's still alive. She was still moving, crawling, trying to get back to her side of wherever she'd come from. Marvin, another member of the group, reloads his .38 and follows her in. He stood over her and put 4 more bullets in the back of her head to make sure she was dead. Then, the glowing window closed. It shrank back down to the size of a firefly and disappeared. Marvin was gone. Nobody knew what happened or what to do next. Gio started screaming. and the other two men sprang into action, grabbing him and his leg and getting the hell out of there. The story was unbelievable, but seeing Gio on the pool table made it undeniable. He said that they had to ditch the truck, and that's when the boss stops him. The doctor had just come into the bar and relieved my dad of his medical duties. The boss walked up to my dad, stuck a wad of cash into his pocket, while thanking him for allowing them to use his bar. And then he tells my dad to go home, that they'd clean up and lock up the bar before they go. This man was someone that you don't say no to, and my dad was exhausted. He got his stuff and did what he was told. The next day, when he went to open the bar, it looked just as it did before, maybe even cleaner than he'd always left it, aside from a missing pool table that they'd replaced with a better one the week following. It looked normal. Marvin never came home, and I think people just assumed what happened. I was never dumb enough to let anyone know what I knew. Not that it even fully made sense to begin with. My father's bar was blessed and protected by his associates' association all the way until he sold it. Sometimes I wish I'd talked to my dad about this story while he was still around, but I realize he doesn't know any more than I do. So my dad's a cop as well as my cousin, and they've both told me some pretty terrifying stories over the years. My dad also worked security at a haunted hotel before he became a cop, and we live on an Indian reservation where paranormal stuff seems to happen way more often than it should. I'll try to break these down into separate stories, but fair warning, some of this still freaks me out to this day. The woman at the Fairmont in Ottawa. Before he became a cop, my dad worked security at the Fairmont Chateau in Ottawa. If you don't know, the place is rumored to be haunted, and according to my dad, that rumor is 100% true. One night during his shift, he was doing rounds through a section of the hotel that was supposed to be empty. No guests, no staff, just dark hallways and locked rooms. It was around 3 a.m., of course it was, and he turned a corner. He saw a woman walking ahead of him. She was dressed in early 1900s attire, a long, flowing dress, walking at a steady pace away from him. At first, he assumed she was a lost guest. "Ma'am, this floor is off limits," he called out. No response. He picked up his pace, following after her, but just as he was about to reach her, she turned the corner. My dad immediately followed, but when he turned the corner, the hallway was empty. There was nowhere for her to have gone. No open doors, no stairwell, nothing. He searched the floor, checked every room, which were all still locked, and there was no sign of her. He swears that she vanished into thin air. The police station is definitely haunted. Now let's talk about the precinct my dad works at. According to him, 95% of the cops that work there believe it's haunted. The ones who don't, the rookies who haven't experienced it yet. The activity is pretty intense. Things move on their own. Cabinet doors swing open. Objects get shoved off desks. Chairs start spinning on their own. Doors slam shut with no one around. But the worst part, the shadow figure. Cops have seen a tall black mass with glowing red eyes standing at the end of hallways or at the bottom of stairwells. And it's not just the officers who see it. The criminals do too. They have security footage of people in the holding cells freaking out, staring at something just off camera, looking absolutely terrified. Some prisoners have refused to stay in their cells, claiming that something is in there with them. One guy told my dad, "This place is haunted, man." To which my dad just shrugged and said, "Yeah, it is." None of the cops like to be alone in the station anymore, because that's when the shadow figure likes to show itself. The demonic phone call. One of our close family friends, had her own terrifying experience with whatever haunts the police station. She was at home when she got a call from a number she didn't recognize. When she looked at the screen, the number was 666 666 6666. She didn't answer, just sat there staring at it, waiting for it to stop ringing. 5 minutes later, she got another call, this time from a friend of hers who's a cop. Her friend was panicked. "We need to do something about this thing. Let's smudge the precinct." At that point, she understood. Whatever was haunting the station knew that they were about to try to get rid of it. It was fighting back. The next day, they went to the police station to perform a cleansing ritual. They smudged the entire building, but the entity did not go quietly. It got angry. Doors slammed. The air was thick, making it hard to breathe. When they reached the holding cells, the lights went out. The sage kept trying to go out. And then, the shell holding the sage cracked in half. That's a bad sign. They knew they had to leave fast. They buried the shell outside, but the haunting never stopped. Later, they realized that they'd made a mistake. They didn't clear the building properly. They'd moved sporadically, instead of sweeping the spirit out through the front door. Now, the entity was stronger than ever. The thing in the woods. My cousin, who's also a cop, once saw something massive outside of the school in our town. The school's in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by dense forest. One night while patrolling, he saw 2 huge figures walking near the tree line. He swears they weren't human, covered in fur, walking upright, and moved silently into the woods. He tried to report it, but the other cops just laughed it off. No one believes him, but I think that they're just pretending they don't. The highway cryptid. Another time, my dad responded to a call about a guy sitting on the side of the road. It was near the highway that runs through our town. Turns out the guy was a long-distance cyclist who had just pulled over to rest. But when my dad got there, the cyclist looked terrified. He told my dad that earlier, while biking along Route 117 in Quebec, he had stopped at the top of a hill, saw something crossing the highway. It was huge, covered in fur, but walking on 2 legs. The cyclist froze. He didn't want it to see him. He just crouched down and watched it disappear into the woods. He refused to keep going for a full 30 minutes. He told my dad, "I don't know what I saw, but I know it wasn't human." The thing that knocks. One woman in our town kept calling the police 3 nights in a row. She swore someone was knocking on every window of her house. It happened all at once, like a group of kids was playing a prank. But whenever the cops got there, nothing. No footprints, no one in sight. On the 3rd night, her neighbor came over, pale as a ghost. He asked, "Is this about the knocking?" The cop said, "Yeah. Did you see something?" The neighbor nodded. He'd stepped outside for a cigarette and saw a black figure standing at the woman's window, knocking. And then it ran, but not like a person. It circled the house 4 times, knocking on every window, too fast for any human. And then it stopped. It turned toward the neighbor, ran across the street, and hid behind a tree. For a moment, everything was silent, and then it peeked out from behind the tree, looking right at him. Its eyes glowed yellow, like a cat's. And then it smiled. So yeah, that's just some of the weird stuff that's happened around here. We live on an Indian reservation, and honestly, I feel like we see way more paranormal shit than normal places. And I don't think it's stopping anytime soon. I've never posted here before, and to be honest, I almost talked myself out of it. but I've seen enough stories lately that reminded me of it, and I just can't keep brushing it off like it didn't happen. This was a few years back, mid-fall, somewhere along 287 in northern Pennsylvania. I drive long haul, solo, mostly northeastern routes, and I usually pull over in small rest areas or turn out loops for a quick nap if I'm ahead of schedule. This night, I was doing just that, parked along a wooded stretch about 30 miles south of the New York state line. It was pitch black, just me, the trees, and the quiet hum of the engine. I woke up around 2:30 a.m. for no reason at all. No sound, no movement, just awake. And I immediately felt off, like I wasn't alone. It was that crawling kind of unease you can't reason your way out of. I sat up in the cab and looked through the windshield. At first I didn't see anything, just the trees illuminated by my parking lights. But something was off about the tree line. There was a shape, just barely silhouetted, moving. It was tall, way taller than any person should be. Not like NBA tall, like wrong tall. Its limbs were long too, and it was walking, smooth, like it had practiced how to be quiet. But it didn't look human. The torso was too narrow, the arms hung too far down, and the head was just there, with no real neck. The closer it got to the truck, the more I realized what I was looking at. It looked like a deer, kind of. The shape of the head suggested it, but no antlers. And it didn't walk like an animal. It moved like something pretending to be a person. The legs were bipedal, but it still had that slightly hunched forward, unnatural gait. Its skin was light, like worn leather stretched too thin over a bad idea. But it was the eyes that really did it for me, or I guess where the eyes should have been, because there was just emptiness, not like sockets, more like two deep wells of black. No light reflecting off of them, just voids. It walked slowly across the road in front of my truck and paused dead center, facing me. I don't know if it could actually see me, but I swear it knew I was there watching it. I didn't move. I didn't even blink or breathe. Then it tilted its head just a bit to one side, like it was curious. That's when I threw the rig into gear and got the hell out of there. I didn't stop again until I reached a way station many miles down the road. I sat there with the engine running, doors locked, and every light on in the cab for over an hour. Never said a word about it until now. Call it a hallucination if that makes you feel better. I've driven thousands of miles, seen deer, elk, moose, and much more. But nothing like that thing. And I know what I saw. And I hope to God I never see it again. My parents are homesteaders, so we live a pretty off-the-grid existence. Behind our house is a giant 60 by 60 two-story garage for all of our farming equipment. The upstairs ended up being a clubhouse for my brother and I, so that's where we would spend most of our free time. A few years ago, we were playing Xbox late at night, and it started to storm. We like sleeping in the garage when it rains because it sounds nice on the metal roof. But then the storm got bad. The wind was blowing really hard, and the thunder shook the rafters. We were talking about making a run back to the house when something heavy hit the roof. It sounded like a huge tree limb fell on it. We ran downstairs and stopped outside the door because we couldn't see the house lights through the wall of rain. Even with the roof's 3-foot overhang, we were getting soaked, and the wind was blowing hard enough to make the trees crack. Then there was another loud bang right over our heads. We looked up as the flash of lightning struck. We saw 2 giant monster hands grasping at the edge of the overhang. The fingers were much longer than humans, and its claws or nails, they were just as long. Both of my brothers and I saw them, and when we screamed, the thing's face appeared over the edge just as the sky went dark again. From what I could see, it had a snarling, wolf-shaped face, covered in hair or fur. I couldn't tell if it was brown or gray, but it was a dark color for sure. My brothers and I screamed even louder, took off running towards the house. They quickly outran me and disappeared into the night. Then I really started to panic. My foot went into a hole, and I fell as another flash of lightning struck. I looked back while trying to get up, and I saw that this monster was on the ground, right where we had been moments before. It was standing on 2 legs, looking at me. Everything went dark again as it started coming towards me, and I still couldn't move. I laid flat and covered my head because it's the only thing my body would do. I could hear heavy footsteps running towards me, and I truly believed I was going to die. They were only a few feet away when a loud gunshot sounded behind me, and the footsteps stopped. There was a second shot, and the footsteps began running in the opposite direction. Still, I couldn't move until a pair of hands were trying to pick me up. I screamed and flailed until I heard my dad's voice. When I opened my eyes, he was standing over me, and I jumped into his arms. My brothers were with him. One held the shotgun while the other had a spotlight. We didn't stay to look for whatever that thing was. We just ran back inside and locked the doors. Dad saw a figure running at me, but couldn't make out its features. He thinks it was just a man, one that we mistook for a monster in the dark storm, so he called the police. But my brothers and I, we know what we saw. When the cops came, we tried to tell the truth, but they didn't believe us any more than our parents. They checked around our house that night and returned in the morning to check the rest of the property, but they found no signs of squatters or anything else. They probably thought that we were all crazy. Either way, my brothers and I decided that we didn't want to hang out in the clubhouse anymore. We didn't even want to go outside at night anymore. Does anyone truly believe that they've seen a supernatural or alien being? When I was 17, I believe I saw a demon. I woke up in the middle of the night, thirsty. I went into the kitchen to get some water, which wasn't unusual. When I walked into the kitchen and flipped on the light, I saw what I can only describe as a large, golem-looking creature. It looked at me in the face, and it screeched. A noise I can never replicate, but I'll never forget. Then, it crawled on the walls into the unlit part of the house. Well, after confirming I wasn't sleeping or dreaming, I ran into my room, turned on music, and didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I've only told a handful of people about it, and yes, I'm completely serious. I'm not out here trying to get anyone to believe in demons or anything like that. I'm honestly just wondering how many people out there have had similar things happen to them. It can make you feel crazy at times. I was 22 when I saw something I can't explain. I've kept it to myself for years, but I still think about it almost every day. At the time, I lived in a tiny studio apartment in a rundown building downtown. The place had paper-thin walls, flickering fluorescent lights in the hallways, and a weird draft that I could never quite pinpoint. It was late, past midnight, and I'd been up writing. I just started my first book and was making decent progress. But that night, the words weren't coming. I was tired, frustrated, and decided to take a break. I stepped outside into the narrow alleyway behind my building. It wasn't much of a view, just a brick wall and a few dumpsters, but it was quiet. I lit a cigarette and stared at the ground, trying to clear my mind. and that's when I heard something rustling in the shadows near the dumpsters. At first, I thought it was a raccoon or a stray cat. I leaned forward, squinting into the dark and muttering something like, "Hey, shoo." But whatever it was didn't run. Instead, the rustling stopped, and that's when I saw it. It was crouched low, its skin pale, almost translucent, like it hadn't seen sunlight in years. Its body was wiry and twisted, with limbs too long for its frame. I was blinking profusely, trying to figure out if I was really seeing this thing. And then I saw its eyes, large and reflective, catching the faint light of a nearby street lamp. And then a smile. I froze. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The thing tilted its head, like it was studying me. I watched it crawl towards me, its movements jerky, unnatural, like it was trying to mimic how a person might move, but it just didn't quite know how to do that. I stumbled back, dropping my cigarette. My mind was screaming at me to run, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. It got within a few feet of me, close enough that I could see that it was real, and close enough to see the way its ribs jutted out from its chest. And then it stopped. It stared at me for what felt like forever. And then I watched it scurry up the wall beside me, just like that, and faster than anything I'd ever seen. Hands and feet pressed against the brick like some kind of giant insect. It disappeared onto the roof within seconds. And then I was left in the quiet again. I bolted back into my apartment, locking the door and shoving a chair under the handle for good measure. I sat there with my back against the wall, shaking, until the sun came up. I didn't sleep for days. To this day, I have no idea what I saw. I've gone over it in my head 1,000 times, trying to rationalize it. A hallucination from too much caffeine, a dream I mistook for reality. But it felt real, the way it looked, the sounds it made, the way it moved, and I can't shake it. I moved out of that building a year later, but no amount of distance has ever made me feel fully safe from whatever it was. We had a pretty big grizzly bear that would wander onto our property from time to time. My husband, John, named it the Blimp because, dear God, this was a round bear. We have a variety of other bears around, but the Blimp was a spectacle to behold. Whatever her diet consisted of did not involve cardio or climbing. We thought Blimp was a pregnant grizzly the first time we saw it. But when she never gave birth and continued getting bigger, we started to reconsider our first assumption. Our house and the other properties around us are relatively new, and still, we're the furthest you can reach before the road ends in a roundabout whose only entrance is its only exit. We don't mind its isolation, nor do we mind the occasional visits from the larger wildlife population. Limp was never a nuisance. We have bear-proof trash bins out here for obvious reasons. One morning, John and I were unloading groceries from the truck after church when Blimp came out of the woods, less than 5 yards away. Both of us stopped what we were doing and held our breath. Up close, Blimp is by far the biggest bear I've ever seen in real life. She was so large that her walk was more of a waddle as she scooted by. She didn't even look in our direction. She must have seen we were there, but she couldn't have cared less about our presence. John dove into the back seat as I jumped into the passenger seat, and we slammed the doors of the truck. Then we watched Blimp continue through the tree line out our front yard. I think Blimp might have been one of the grizzlies that I could have possibly outrun, at least endurance-wise. Though, thankfully, my bold theory never had to be tested. Blimp was a chill bear. I'm sad to say, however, that this story breaks my heart before terror sinks in. One evening, near the end of last year, John went out to get firewood. It was a task that he did regularly, but this night, he'd returned with tragic news that Blimp had been killed. It was heartbreaking. Both of us are big animal lovers, and we'd really grown accustomed to having Blimp around. Surely an animal that size did not have predators. She wouldn't have been able to grow so plump otherwise. I asked if it looked like she'd been shot. Was it possible one of our neighbors didn't have such a passive relationship towards a giant grizzly waddling through? John says no. He's white as a sheet. As he tells me, the scene he came across was much more troubling than an accidental or even intentional killing by anything he could think of. And certainly, a gun was not responsible for this carnage. A ways beyond the grassy part of the backyard, there's a long pathway starting at the bushes by the tree line. This leads to another small clearing in the forest. There, we have a chopping block made from an old stump and a beautiful fire pit that John welded himself. When John finished collecting the wood, he turned around with the bundle in his arms and noticed one of the trees was a completely different color. Walking closer to inspect this anomaly in nature, John would discover that it's only the side facing him that seems to be splashed with this pigment. A wide red streak, starting from the base of the tree, straight up into its branches. As John got closer, the red line looked wet. He placed a finger into the liquid. It was much thinner than the sappy consistency he was expecting to touch. Then, John visually begins to follow this red trail all the way up. John saw Blimp. Its limbs dangled as her body laid straddling a thick branch high up in the trees. The rib bones are exposed from a wound that looks like something had taken bites from her. Blimp's head was missing altogether. Touching the blood between his fingers again, it registers to John that the sickening mess of carnage above him had recently happened. Quickly scanning the other branches near the body, John starts to slowly back out from under the tree. The lack of noise around him became discernible as John's footsteps and heartbeat soon became the loudest sound he could hear. It was like the forest around him fell into stasis. A wave of nausea suddenly hit John with such force that he began dry heaving. Growing with the pain in his stomach was the overwhelming feeling that he was being watched. All sense of safety was pulled away in the atmospheric fluctuation, and that's when John rushed back to the house. With terror stuttering his words, that was his declaration. The next morning, we both went out to the fire pit to get a better look at the situation. I know some of you wouldn't, but there was no way I couldn't see it for myself, the mess John described. It seemed incomprehensible, and I was going to see what my husband saw, if for no other reason than sharing what's now a core memory. It was easy to see the blood in the daylight, and we noticed a trail started before the tree. There was a streak coming from further in the woods where Blimp had been dragged from. Claw marks cut deep into the bark of the trees nearest, all leading to a part of the grass that was saturated in blood and pieces of Blimp's fur. No way a mountain lion could have done something like that. Even if they got lucky and did somehow get the better of Blimp, it's absurd to think they'd be strong enough to drag the body vertically up a tree. I'm quite sure 0 North American wild animals possess the strength to accomplish such a feat. Also, when John and I actually walked to the bloodied tree and looked up, the body was no longer in the branches. I would have thought to ask if we had the wrong tree if it wasn't obviously the only tree with a river of blood climbing one side. What was left of Blimp was gone. most likely retrieved by whatever got the best of her. The next week, we set up a large fence that surrounded our house. We also got a semi-automatic and a Dalmatian named after one of the Marx brothers. Now, almost 6 months later, tensions have settled a bit. No new evidence has been presented to further our suspicions of an invasive apex predator. Though, there's some parts of our 20 acres that we don't bother exploring because they're simply too overgrown by thick woods. We try to make our way around the other areas of our property monthly to check on things, make sure we don't have anyone camping on the land, stuff like that. Recently, John and I were doing one of these routine checks with Harpo. He's up ahead sniffing and peeing on things, and I see him pick up a scent that gets him curious. The wagging of his tail stops, and he's focused on locating the source of the smell. It brings him towards a bush that he quickly starts digging and climbing into the vines of, all the way until his upper half disappears. My attention now is on Harpo's excitement, and I'm wondering what he's going to pull out of the bushes. Harpo begins tugging on something that he's got a hold of. The bush shakes as Harpo struggles to free the object. Finally, the branches snap and release Harpo backwards, with his new treasure tightly clenched in his teeth. At first glance, it looked like Harpo caught a giant raccoon in his mouth. I sprinted at him and yelled for him to drop it. Harpo does, and it falls in the grass. I recognize it as not being a raccoon. Harpo had a bear's skull. Part of it, anyway. I got the leash out of my backpack, and Harpo walked closer to us. A river runs through the end of our property. It's the line that separates us and our neighbor's property. Harpo's always been a fan of playing in the water on our walks. So when we got there, I unhooked the leash from his collar, but Harpo didn't leave our side. Instead of running off as he normally would, he stayed glued to our hip all the way back to the house. So far, it's been the same ever since that day. We'll see how long that behavior sticks around. Since then, we've gone on plenty more walks around the property. Last weekend, we got the courage to make s'mores in the fire pit. We surely haven't solved any mysteries, but at this point, I think we're just grateful nothing happened to either of us out there, and that we feel somewhat safe again. We aren't exactly close to our neighbors, but I'm tempted to talk to the family or couple a mile down the road. They've lived here longer than the rest of us, and it just makes me wonder, what do they know about this area that we should know? There's a wooden cross on the bend of a 2-lane highway just before taking the exit to my small town. I've lived here for years. Family lived out here, and after I graduated, I came to work for my uncle's roofing company. I casually gazed at this cross while passing by upwards between 3 or 4 times a day. It's a good reminder to slow down, driving through these hills. The longer you live here, the easier twists and turns become. I'd like to hope I'm not the only one that pumps their brakes a little more when driving these roads. Sadly, this wooden cross isn't alone. Every few miles you'll see another one. A lot on such a small stretch of highway. But I'd find out. The crosses aren't at all an accurate depiction of the deaths that have happened. And while many of these are from driving under the influence, other accidents have had us scratching our heads when reading about them on our police department's Twitter account. Since I moved out here, I never liked driving on our highway at night. To easily sum it up, it's a twisty, thin road with a lane for east and a lane for west, divided by a thin yellow line. On each of the other sides are steep, mountainous drops. The only lights helping you see are the ones attached to your car. It's easy to see how most of the accidents occur. But then a notification will light up my phone telling me that they found a truck, unoccupied, with its hazards blinking. They identified the vehicle's owner from the wallet left in the glove box. They put on an extensive search in the area. but from what I know, the guy never came back to his car, and he was never found. I myself have seen balls of light racing in and out of the trees. Around here, no one's gonna think you're telling a lie if you mention Bigfoot. I've seen 2 of those big fuckers duking it out with each other right in the middle of the road. At least that's what it looked like. Either that or a big furry rock slide, and oddly enough, I haven't seen a furry rock. Mossy rocks I've seen, but rocks screaming and swinging on each other like massive gorillas with long legs rolling down an embankment and off another. If I was any closer, they probably would have taken me off the edge with them. We think they live in the abandoned mining caves located around town. Guns don't work on them. My buddy tried blasting one in his backyard, but that just pissed it off. He ended up getting all of his windows smashed in by a showering of big rocks being thrown periodically through the night until sunrise. Most of the time, they just stay out of our way. It's rare to actually see one up close, but I wasn't trying to make this about Bigfoot. I apologize, because honestly, I don't think they're the ones to blame for the accidents. Driving down this highway, I've also seen spirits manifest in the road. If I didn't have my wits about me, I would have naturally cranked the wheel until my car went off a cliff from a 90-degree turning angle. The city repairs the thin metal barrier, but the rubber tire marks remain on the pavement for years. There's something deeply creepy about seeing these faded trails that lead straight off the edge of the road. From the stories I've heard from others that have seen them, they think the spirits are intentionally trying to scare the drivers off the cliff because they're lonely. With so many deaths, I don't know how they could be so lonely, though. There should be enough souls out there to throw a mini festival, decades and decades of them. The county couldn't financially undertake the job that it would take to make this road safer, at least not anytime soon. All we could do is buckle up and drive cautiously. The wildlife around here stay mostly in the forested area. I've only had to slow down for a half full of deer crossing the road. But some people, they'll go as far as to tell you that the deer can't be trusted. This last one I actually heard a couple weeks ago down at the bar. A lady from one of our neighboring towns had walked into the bar, telling everyone that on her drive in, she saw a deer on the side of the road. It was standing up on 2 legs. Its face looked decayed, more skeleton than skin. It had huge black eyes, and it stared at her when she sped by. When she looked in her rearview mirror, it was chasing her. She floored it the rest of the way to the bar. The old pervs were the first to offer words of advice and trade horror stories in line with hers. One going as far as to blame these accidents on the deer. And at this point, I'd be a fool to rule anything out that seems too strange to be true. In 2016, I went on a week-long camping trip in Mississippi. I had just spent the prior week in Alabama, and needless to say, there was more hiking involved here. I spent 2 full days hiking deeper into the woods before setting up my permanent camp in a small clearing. I've been going on solo trips since I was 17, and this was supposed to be an easy one. No caves or mountains to explore, just a relaxing week in the woods with my fishing pole. Everything was going great until night 4, when I heard something walking around my camp's perimeter, just out of the firelight. I tried to stay calm and pretend not to notice because it was something on 2 legs, and that usually means people. But its stride sounded off, almost like a very heavy person trying to tiptoe, yet not quite that. Mostly, I just felt in my bones that something was the bad kind of wrong about it. All my years in the woods, and I'd never heard anything sound quite like that. It gave me chills. Besides, if there was another person this far out in the middle of nowhere, and they were sneaking around my camp, They weren't friendly. I was worried what it might do if it knew I had noticed, so I stood up slowly and went into my tent like I was going to sleep. Normally, I would put out the fire, but that night I let it burn. Once inside, the footsteps stopped. I sat quietly, listening for 15 minutes without hearing another sound. It had either left much more silently than it came, or it was just standing out there, watching, or who knows what. I had a small handgun, but I didn't want to fire it unless I could see what I was shooting at, so I continued waiting. After almost an hour of silence, I began dozing off, only to be woken by a gargled cry for help. It sounded so wrong that I thought someone was trying to disguise their voice. It didn't come any closer to camp either, so if I wanted to help anyone, it would require walking away from the little safety the fire provided. That wasn't happening. The voice went silent long enough for me to doze off again, but started back around 3, and then once more just before dawn. When the sun rose, I did a quick search of the immediate area and found a trail of just 2, not 4, hoof prints circling my camp. At the time, I couldn't imagine how that could be possible, but that's what I found. I didn't really care about the explanation, though. I just wanted to go home. I packed up camp as fast as I could and started the long trek back to my car, hoping whatever had checked me out would stick to its territory. I stopped periodically to see if anything was following me, but I didn't see or hear a thing all day. When I stopped for the night, I was confident there wouldn't be any more trouble, but still made a fire and set up the tent anyway. Shortly after 10, the same strange-sounding footsteps approached my camp, but stopped short of entering the light. This time, it skipped circling the perimeter and went straight to calling for help. It sounded like someone with a deep, gruff voice, trying to use a high-pitched tone. It said, "Please help me." But the words themselves were off too, like they were being said by someone with a thick, heavy accent. Again, I ignored it, and I went into my tent. I'd never been so terrified in all my life. I imagined shooting into the woods and hitting some teenagers who were trying to be funny. Then I imagined doing nothing and having some monstrous beast rip me apart in my sleep. The whole night was a repeat of the night before. In the morning, I packed faster than ever. I'd lost time checking my back trail the previous day, but if I really pushed myself, I could still make it back to my truck before nightfall. I didn't stop for food or anything. By 4, my leg muscles were in knots, but I wasn't spending another night in that forest. I was only 30 minutes from my truck when it got dark, so I just couldn't bring myself to stop. 10 minutes later, I heard the same footsteps again, and they were moving faster this time. In a full panic, I began running and didn't stop until I got to the parking lot. That thing followed me all the way. I was so afraid that I dropped half my gear getting into the truck and left it behind. When the headlights came on, I caught a glimpse of what had been chasing me. It was partially concealed behind the trees, but I saw a giant deer standing on its hind legs, staring right at me. As I began to reverse, it went down on all 4s and darted back into the forest. I haven't actually been camping since that experience, not even in places I'm familiar with. I don't know what that thing was, but I know it was pure evil. Amon is my grandmother's name. She immigrated to the United States from Mozambique during their civil war. She was a teenager when she made the move. I'm a third-generation U.S. citizen. My culture is my pride, but my culture is mixed with the American lifestyle. as my children will inherit and embrace the American culture more than I do. It's inevitable, and for better or for worse, I think. When Grandma Iman babysat, she used to entertain me by telling me stories of when she was a girl living back in Pemba. Most of her stories were to emphasize how good we have it in America from what she had growing up. But there was a story she told me only once, swearing on everything holy that it was real. Pemba is a coastal city on the peninsula, and all of the residents living near the water know a secret they keep to themselves. They don't share it in fear of the repercussions that it could have on the community. Grandma Iman knows firsthand how real these legends were. In her town, reports of missing locals were only made known from people talking to one another. Fishermen, even some that didn't go too far from shore, their boats would be found floating adrift, empty. Decomposing fish would still be in their nets on the floor from the day's catch. Other fishermen would find these boats, guide them back into port. Usually by the fishing gear, families could recognize who was gone. Everyone knew what had happened to the unlucky crew. The children thought that what the adults told them were tales to keep them home safe. It was talked about in a way of the Agawi. They resemble America's Bigfoot. Amon's mother forbade her from playing by the water at night, and she would tell Amon stories of her encounters with these monsters. But as Amon's future daughter would to her, she ignored her mother's warnings. She knew about the dangerous animals that lived around her. Venomous snakes and crocodiles were a constant threat that she grew up learning to predict and avoid. When Amon is a teenager, she falls in love with a boy who is about to go off to the war. In an act of romance, he blindfolds Amon and guides her down a rocky path to the edge of a dock where a rowboat with flowers, chocolate, and an oil lantern are sitting, with a bottle of wine the boy had stolen for their occasion. He'd picked a quiet part of the water, away from the reptiles that nested along the long shoreline and the rocks. The boy stables the boat and helps Amon step in. Then, knee to knee, the boy turns the oars, pushing them forward and backward until they're far enough from land not to be spotted, but still close enough to see the dock. The water was calm in the inlet, and the stars shone bright in the sky. They were enjoying their time together, but before the bottle of wine could be popped, they felt the side of the boat get bumped. Both of them hushed down and huddled together in the boat. The bump that they felt vibrate through the old wooden boat wasn't heavy like a crocodile's curious push on the bow. The bump was better said as 2 knocks, then 2 more. The boy attempts to show courage for Amon. He grabs the lantern and slowly, both of them lean their heads over the edge of the boat, with their light source extended over the water. The boy leaned out further with the lantern. It didn't illuminate much of the darkness around them, and even less of the water, but it was enough for them to check for disturbances in the waves. There were no fins, no large ripples parting the water. Wherever the boy moved the light, the water below him was calm. Amon is also following the lit areas with her eyes, but something tells her to look straight down. Just under the surface of the water, closest to the boat, pressed against the side of the boat looking up at her, are 2 pairs of eyes that reflected the lantern's light, like small white crystal balls in the water. They quickly retreated as the lantern grew closer. But in that brief moment that their eyes met, Amon gasped and pulled the boy back into the boat, just as one of the creatures ascended towards them. There was a big splash that sent water spraying into the boat. Not only did it drench the 2 teenagers, but it extinguished the lantern, as well as spilling it over, leaking oil all over the boat. The moon was their only source of light now. The boy scrambled for one of the oars to use as a weapon. They sat close together in the dark and listened to the creature swim around the boat. neither of them knew exactly what it was. Did they just see one big creature with 4 glowing eyes, or 2 separate creatures? Soon, the water got quiet again. Amon and the boy whisper about what they should do next, hoping whatever was messing with their boat had gotten bored and moved on. They decided to put the oars back into the water and attempt to make it back to the docks. As both of them move back to their seats, the knocking starts again from under the boat. This time, it's a consistent pounding coming from multiple parts of the boat. The boy begins to furiously row against the waves, leaning into each pull with all of his might, trying to get their little boat to move faster. With a violent jerk, one of the oars is torn from the boy's hand. He's almost pulled overboard with it, but manages to let go just before losing his balance. With only one oar left to work with, he begins switching from left to right, trying to keep the boat straight, but moving much slower than before. There's nothing Amon can do besides watch the boy as he exhausts himself, fighting the waves. She can feel her feet start sliding forward and realizes that the weight's being shifted to the back of the boat, and the side that she's on is now slowly lifting out of the water. Then it dropped back into the water with a big splash. If Amon's hands had slipped off the seat that she was holding onto, she would have been sent overboard when the boat was released. The boy gets tossed onto the floor of the boat, hitting his head. He chose to hold on to the oar instead of bracing. For a moment, he's knocked completely unconscious, lying at Amon's feet. She leans down to check on him, but the eruption of more water makes her look back up into the back of the boat. Water was cascading in all directions as 2 human-like arms reach up and into the boat. They were covered in black scales that glistened in the light of the moon. The hands were long and webbed like bat wings. The creature slowly began pulling itself up, climbing over the stern of the boat, or at least attempting to. Its likeness to a human was only by the shape of its upper body. Its features were vastly different. The long waves atop of its head resembled the legs of jellyfish. Its crystal ball eyes were large and very far apart on the creature's face. The front structure of their face, it pushed out like a boomerang, and their mouth opened to reveal rows of sharp teeth. As the monster attempted to pull itself into the boat further, its lower half was exposed, resembling that of an eel. Its eyes and teeth were clearly visible against the night sky, and Amon watched as its hands gripped onto the wooden bench across from her. She then watched the creature look down at the boy. The mouth opened wide, its grin from each side of its face. And then the jaw moved further and further down, widening to grotesque proportions. Out of a panic, Amon screams at the creature, but its attention stays looking down at the boy. The creature attempts to grip the boat further, only its horrific webbed hands seem to be struggling. Amon watches the creature's hands slip from the boat with each grasp. With the boy still passed out, Amon takes the opportunity to grab the second oar. Then, from one end of the boat, she swats at the lantern on the floor, attempting to spread the oil even further, hoping to make it too slippery. The creature uses one of its hands to grab the oar, and that's when Amon realizes that she has to let go of it. But suddenly, she's in control. The oar is released, sending Amon backward onto the boy, where she managed to keep hold of the oar. The water is suddenly loud and filled with a familiar thrashing. Looking out into the water, Amon can see that the creature is now struggling. Something even larger has its grip on the creature, and just before it's dragged under the water, there's an ear-splitting screech, some more thrashing, and then silence. The original threat, the ultimate predator of these very waters, the one that Amon had been taught to fear, had surely just saved her life. Never, in her wildest dreams, did she ever think she'd be so overjoyed to see a giant crocodile. Still absolutely horrified by whatever had just tried to make them their next meal, but deeply grateful to the giant. Shortly after, the boy regained consciousness, but was completely unaware of what had just happened. Amon didn't want to explain, for fear the boy wouldn't believe her, but also, she was in hysterics by then. So, the boy gently grabbed the oar from her and furiously began paddling back towards the dock. Aside from a giant knot on the boy's head, he was otherwise unscathed. Still, Amon couldn't believe the chances. She couldn't believe the whole thing had just in fact happened to her. One moment she was sure her date was about to die, be killed by something unthinkable, and now, on their way safely to shore. My grandmother didn't touch those waters again. She learned a hard lesson, and she urged her own children down the road not to make the same mistakes. Though some of them would, they wouldn't pay the same consequences. My uncle did lose his toe at some point in his youth to a Goliath tigerfish, so there were lessons being learned. I love my culture, I really do, but I don't understand the allure to tempt dangerous waters, especially at night, and maybe it's because I've never had to. But I'm just happy with a swimming hole, a saltwater pool on a sunny day. Possibly my grandma's lessons did in fact work on me. There's something deep inside of me that tells me to stay away from open waters, especially at night. And luckily, it would appear my daughter shares the same fears. How do I start this without triggering the kiddos? I was highly considering sleeping forever right off the tallest bridge that I could ride my bike to a few months ago. I was in a really dark spot in my life. I still am, but now I'm able to look at it from a different perspective. Slightly more hopeful rather than pessimistic. I'm a firm believer that life is what you make it. Like a ball of clay, the possibilities of what it could be are endless. Its quality represented only in the effort its potter has invested. To say life is what you make it ignores circumstances and all it involves. It's true, each one of us are handed a piece of clay, but as we mold, groove, and smooth these blocks with time, we begin to notice that the mineral composition of our clay is vastly different from our neighbors. The effort it took one person to create their ceramic bowl of life is primarily reliant on the quality of clay they're working with, and additional support from tools. This past year, I've been feeling like the clay I was handed has recently hardened and crusted from neglect. About 5 years ago, I essentially abandoned my friend group, not from a dramatic falling out. I just didn't care anymore. I just started my internship at a tattoo shop, and in order to impress my mentor, I needed to go above and beyond. My mentor was also a female, meaning that although I'd never degrade my artistic worth by exposing some cleavage for a job, this option was now completely off the table. Mostly off the table. She didn't give me that curious vibe, so I mentally put the option off the table. I had to take this seriously, and I couldn't be hungover showing up to work. I needed to increase my gallery of work. Besides doing little pieces here and there for my portfolio, my lifestyle was no longer in sync with the friends I'd grown up with. At the end of the first year, I got a permanent chair at the shop. I moved closer to work, and it was only 1 town away, but it still felt symbolic amongst the girl group. They and I were no longer going to be walking distance from each other. Our bond was severed with well-intention. I know it affected them more than it did me, because I knew they didn't understand what it was like to have a dream. Otherwise, they'd be doing the same thing in pursuit of theirs. It feels pretentious to say this, but it's true. You either find a passion worth giving your life to, or you watch passively on the sidelines until the game is over. I left in 2020, right after COVID lifted. 3 years passed by, so 2023, none of my friends reach out anymore, understandably. They know I would have given them a sorry girl to whatever they invited me to. Looking on social media from time to time, I see that they haven't strayed from their usual routine of drinking. I become depressed, not because I missed my old life, but because I don't feel like this one has started yet. The traction I was hoping to get with my permanent position hasn't been enough for me to comfortably afford rent, bills, or food. It's the most alone I've ever felt in my life. I was losing purpose, and one night, after an especially draining session with one of the rudest clients I've ever worked with, I was all done. I passed the gas station while my car was on empty. It had long enough to get me home, and I didn't plan on driving it the next day. When I pulled into an apartment complex, I took my bike lock key off my lanyard and left the rest of my keys on the seat. I didn't even go inside. I unlocked the bike and rode for miles, spiraling in negative thoughts up until I got to the bridge. This bridge is tall. It used to be a section of a railroad that was abandoned and repurposed. It looks off a deep river and evergreen forest. I left my bike at the bottom of the stairs and began to climb these stairs that led to the trail up the tracks. I can hear water splashing against rocks in the distance. I keep thinking, okay, this is it. Here I go. I'm really doing this. I do this on repeat until I make it to the actual bridge. The rushing water is loud, and I feel my stance weaken in stride, almost subconsciously pulling me back. I pick the left side of the tracks because the wind isn't blowing my hair in my face. I've come all this way, miles and miles from my home, set on doing this. But as I'm hyping myself up, there's an earth-shaking roar that sends me backwards in shock. I stay frozen where I landed. The sound is enough to shake the birds out of the trees, a sight I've only seen in movies. And then I hear a second guttural screech before the original thing roaring joins in the screaming match. There are 2, maybe 3 big creatures fighting somewhere close by. I think it came from across the train tracks, just like my side. Besides the open bridge above the river, I'm on a dark wooded trail. The sounds of breaking rocks, tree branches, and presumably bones, they were all heard with disturbing clarity. Eventually, one of the creatures had clearly gained the upper hand in the combat, and having to listen as the other lost was the most unsettling, terrible thing I've ever heard. Shrill octaves forever burned into my eardrum. I hadn't dared to move yet. The commotion sounded just across the train tracks. It was a 20-yard dash from end to end. I couldn't move even if I wanted to. More noises started echoing from the other side of the bridge. This time, what I was hearing wasn't the sound of monsters fighting. Something large was being dragged through the gravel, accompanied by 2 very heavy footsteps, and they were walking my way. It walked in a 1-2, 1-2 pattern. I don't know of any animal that walks in a 2-step pattern while holding its prey. I also wasn't trying to find out. My legs suddenly got strength, and I bolted. I didn't want to see what was going to come across those tracks. I sprinted through the pitch-black forest until I reached the bottom of the stairs. It didn't sound like I was being chased, but that didn't stop me from jumping on my bike and pedaling out of there the fastest I've ever pushed a bike. During the 2.5 miles of forest I had to breach before entering civilization, I rode at Tour de France speeds, last day finish line behavior. When I got to my apartment, I was absolutely physically exhausted. I had a headache from dehydration, but as I flopped onto my couch, something came over me, and I couldn't help myself but to laugh until I was in tearful hysterics about all of the insanity I'd just experienced. I went there feeling at my absolute most depressed, to the most scared and confused I've been in my life. I'm honestly traumatized by it. I can't believe that's the thing that stopped me from going through with what I'd gone there to do. I called the shop and took a couple mental health days where I had time to talk to a therapist. Talking to someone really does help. I also had time to sit and reflect, and philosophically speaking, if I'm living up to my own words, I've got a passion that's worth giving my life to, and I'm not going to leave the game midway through. If my dad taught me anything before having an affair and leaving the family, it was this: play until the end. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and you'll never know if you don't try. I wish that didn't oddly coincide with his infidelities, but it also did with mine, and I'm making it mine. Life is absurd, so try to laugh more while experiencing existence. (1986) I was 14 years old visiting my dad in Alberta, Canada. After my parents had separated, my dad decided to live out in a small house in the woods, about an hour and a half away from the nearest town, off the grid. This was his dream, and he allowed me to experience it with him every other weekend. We would go hiking, hunting, kayaking, bird watching, you name it. We'd sometimes camp outside in the woods, and that's where I saw it. It was one of those camping trips I went on with my dad, where not only did I see a Bigfoot, but it was terribly close to me. My dad and I found a spot pretty deep in the brush to set up camp, and when night fell, we decided to sleep in our sleeping bags outside to watch the stars. My dad fell asleep pretty quickly, but it was a bit harder for me. I remember trying extremely hard to fall asleep that night, but to be honest, even though by that time I had been on plenty of camping trips with my dad, I was still pretty freaked out by the forest at night. This fear kept me awake all through the night. I remember that at a certain point, when I was just starting to finally drift into sleep, I heard something come out of the trees, snapping twigs loudly as it walked on towards us. My dad still fast asleep, and now I was basically pissing my pants. I thought some strange person was walking on towards our campsite, but as I squinted my eyes open a bit, I could see that only about 10 feet away from me was an enormous, hairy creature that stood and walked on two legs like a human would. Obviously, I wanted to scream out in fear, but I tried my best to pretend I was asleep in hopes that it would just eventually move along. I think the creature, which I now believe to be a Bigfoot, was attracted to the smell of the meat my dad had been cooking. And strangely, it didn't seem the least bit interested in us. It seemed more interested in just slowly walking around and out of our campsite. Presumably, they were looking for some food and must have thought we had some. But I have to tell you that not only was I scared at the sight of the giant, hairy man, but I was also sickened by the pungent and overwhelming odor that the beast was emitting. Eventually, the Bigfoot seemed to get bored and disappeared into the darkness. I remember trembling in my sleeping bag, not being able to sleep the rest of the night. I didn't tell my father about it until he woke up the next morning, because I was afraid if I tried to wake him up during the night, the creature might have seen us awake or even heard us, and I wasn't willing to find out how it would react when it did. When I told my dad about it, he just told me it was probably a large bear walking around on his hind legs. But I described to him that the creature was extremely human-like, walked like a person would. He chalked it up to me either hallucinating from fear or that I wasn't aware I was dreaming. To this day, I know exactly what I saw. It was about 9 feet tall, with extremely long, matted brown hair all over its body, including its face, which to me seemed to look very human-like in a primitive sort of way. I'll never forget the horrible stench that made me want to vomit. That was probably the longest and most terrifying night of my life, but afterwards, I came to honor the experience because I would come to realize that the creature was undoubtedly a Bigfoot. And I was one of those few people who got the chance to see it extremely up close. So, to all you skeptics out there, I understand your incredulity, but believe me, I've experienced it firsthand, and there's no doubt that these creatures exist. I'm not sure how abundant they are, but they truly exist. And they're not only scary looking and smelly, but they're fascinating to see. And even though I only remember hearing the Bigfoot grunt and growl a bit, I feel that they're more human-like than ape-like due to the appearance of that face. That was actually the scariest part. Seeing not only was there a strange giant creature creeping around my campsite, but it was a very human-like, albeit extremely hairy creature. When I say hairy, I really mean it. I've never seen so much hair on the body of any creature. And that's my story. You can believe it or not, but I'd advise you to believe it because they're out there. It's not a myth. Unfortunately, or maybe I should say fortunately, I never encountered one after that. But the image stays clear in my head to this day. In fact, there have been many nights since then where I have dreams and I'm reliving the experience. My words here can never do justice to what I saw that night as a kid. I can never describe to you just how otherworldly and surreal the situation was. But it was real. I know I wasn't dreaming because I could not get to sleep the whole night. In fact, I was very wide awake, even though I pretended to sleep while every now and then opening my eyes slightly to catch glimpses of the Bigfoot. To this day, I'm greatly affected by the experience because it changed my whole perception of the world. After that, I would never doubt the possibility of anything existing, not even things like vampires, aliens, or the chupacabra. I learned from that night to always keep an open mind when hearing about the seemingly impossible, because I myself encountered a creature long thought and still thought to be purely a myth by most people. So, thanks for reading, and thanks to all the other people who have encountered Bigfoot like I have and have shared their stories. Stay strong, and know that even though most people will never believe what you've been through, there are loads of people out there, like me, that know you're telling the truth. The Natchez Trace is one of the oldest transportation routes in North America. Humans have been using it for over 10,000 years. If you enjoy stories from the pioneering days, you've probably heard of it as it's fairly well known for all the brutal robberies and murders that took place there. Today, you can enjoy a beautiful scenic drive down its entire length, but growing up, it was just an old closed-down road with a dark history. I grew up in Natchez, Mississippi, and the road I lived on ran directly over it. My dad would drive us to the overpass, park on the side of the road, and we would take our bikes down to ride along the trace. While there, he would tell me stories about all the Civil War skirmishes that would take place there, on and around the trail, how Meriwether Lewis of Lewis and Clark died and was buried along the trail, and so much more. One of the things he talked about most was the Harps brothers. They were known as Big Harp and Little Harp, and they ended up being some of the road's most feared bandits of all time. Most outlaws were motivated by money or food, but not these guys. They were straight up killing for the fun of it, full-on psychopaths. They terrorized travelers through Mississippi, Tennessee, and Kentucky, and they weren't shy about who they attacked. Big Harp is especially infamous for killing his own daughter because she cried too loud. But that's how twisted these guys were. They didn't hesitate to murder entire families. Anyone who crossed their paths were fair game. It was also a commonly used route for transporting slaves, and they were always prime targets for bandits. Once captured, they could be sold at auction or ransomed back to their owners. There truly is no end to the horrifying acts committed on this trail. Now, I had very much been raised to believe that there are no such thing as ghosts, demons, or monsters. My family is one of logic and science, so these were genuinely just interesting history lessons for me. I was never afraid to be out after dark. I knew those stories were from days long past. The idea that the road could be haunted never remotely occurred to me. Then Dad's bike got a flat tire, and we had to walk 45 minutes back to the truck in the dark. Normally, we had flashlights if we were going to be out that late, but we had fully intended to be home early that day. Luckily, the full moon and the stars were bright enough that we could just make our way. If anything, we thought the whole thing was funny. There was absolutely no fear or paranoia of any kind. But then we heard a woman scream. It sent a chill through me, one that I felt in my bones. I couldn't have been more than 7 or 8, but I remember exactly how that sound made me feel. The entire atmosphere changed, and this was the 90s, so we didn't have a way to call for help. I've never seen my dad so torn. I didn't understand his position back then, but we were essentially on a dark, unused road in the middle of the woods, and that woman sounded like someone was hurting her. What do? Leave your kid to investigate? He didn't have a weapon or anything to defend himself, and there was no way of knowing how many people were out there. Before he could do anything, a woman's voice screamed, "Help!" from much closer, and he sprung into action. In a blink of an eye, he pushed me to the far side of the road and laid our bikes in the bushes, saying we would collect them in the morning. While he was doing that, I was looking in the direction the screams had come from and saw 2 glowing red eyes set in the darkness. Again, I had zero knowledge of ghosts or monster stories. I had no clue what I was seeing. So when Dad turned back around, I pointed out the eyes and asked what it was. He didn't say anything. He only just stared at them. And while we were both looking, there was another scream. The loudest, closest one yet, and it absolutely came from the owner of those creepy red eyes. If not it, then something that it had a hold of. But the woods were completely still. There wasn't so much as a light breeze when this was happening. At that point, Dad scooped me up and started running for the truck. I had my arms wrapped around his neck, looking over his shoulder, facing behind us, and the second we began moving, something in the woods began moving, fast. It didn't come out into the open, but I could hear it crashing through the brush as it chased after us, and Dad only ran faster. Before long, it was even with us, and there were 2 more blood-curdling screams that sounded like someone was being murdered, but whatever it was, never broke the tree line. When we got to the overpass where the truck was, Dad started climbing without slowing down a bit. I saw the eyes one more time. Whatever it was watched us as we climbed the hill, but that was it. When we got to the truck, Dad pushed me through the driver's side and got back on the road in record time. We lived less than 2 minutes away from that spot, so we were still full of adrenaline when we got home. And Dad kept looking outside every few minutes for the rest of the night, worried something may have followed us. I must have asked him what that thing was 1,000 times, but he didn't know any more than I did. He called the police to report the screams, but he didn't mention the part about being chased, and we never heard anything back from the cops. I think that experience had him questioning everything he thought he knew about our world, but after a few days, his mind began rationalizing certain things away. He went back for our bikes the next day without me, and we eventually resumed our regular trips to the trace. But we were never out there past nightfall again. We also planned how far we went based on how long it would take to walk back, just in case there was another accident. I really don't know what we saw. Some people say it was a skinwalker. Some people say it was a demon or a restless spirit. One person thought it was a banshee. I'm not sure if I believe in all of those things or not, but if those things do exist, then that road has to be crawling with them. I grew up in South America, in Brazil, right in the middle of the country in the center-western state of Goiás. My stepfather's relatives lived in the countryside about 8 hours from the capital, Goiânia. I grew up there until about 7 or 8 years old, before moving to the capital with my parents because there wasn't enough work. We'd go back there every summer holiday, and my cousin and I would go fishing and hunting together. One particular week, we'd gone further into the countryside to visit my stepfather's brother, who lived in a farm a couple of hours from the town we were in. After lunch, my cousin and I decided to follow the little stream upward to see what was there and if we could find anything interesting. There were no neighbors for miles up that way, and the woods were filled with dangers like poisonous snakes and jaguars, but we didn't care. I must have been 14 years old at that time. We thought we were invincible. A couple of hours in, we had reached a very dense part of the forest that surrounds most of the area, and we were getting pretty tired. It was getting harder and harder to cut through the vegetation to keep going. Suddenly, we came by a clearing. The little stream that we'd been following continued on, but we decided to stop for a moment to get some rest and drink some water. To this day, I can't really explain what happened next. My cousin will tell you the same thing. It's just one of those weird, unexplainable things. On the other side of the stream, there was a small sandbank, and imprinted on it was a huge footprint. Man, it was huge. No normal human being could have a foot that big. Also, it was just one footprint, as if whoever it belonged to jumped over the stream in a hurry. My cousin and I walked over to it, scared shitless. We wanted to make sure that we were actually seeing that. We examined it, measured our own feet against it, and we realized that whoever this huge foot belonged to, it would have had to have been at least 5 meters tall. We suddenly started to feel this horrible dread coming over us. We rushed back without so much as a peep. We didn't even look back. People I tell this to often tease me, asking why we didn't go further to see what we could find, maybe another footprint or something else. But the fear of finding whatever that huge footprint belonged to scared the hell out of us. I never returned to that place.
When I was in the 3rd grade, I made friends with the new girl in town, Allison. She moved into the house next door to my already best friend, Emily. Before her, the home was owned by an old couple who raised their family there, I guess. We never met any kids, and we never went over there, except for Halloween. We'd go trick-or-treating. Anyway, it was sort of exciting to get to go into this new house that we'd seen from the outside so many times, but never the inside. We would spend a lot of time playing between the houses, Emily's and Allison's, as my house was 2 streets over. Both houses were bright, let lots of light in, similar layouts like most of the houses in our neighborhood. But in some ways, Allison's home was just a little different. It hadn't been remodeled, sort of thing. Large, foggy, yellow glass windows above the front door, instead of the clear glass window above Emily's. The flooring in most of Allison's house was this dark brown laminate flooring. Some areas were carpet, also dark brown, sort of thicker. Either way, Allison's family was really nice. Everything was normal there, but there were times that it felt straight out of a dream, despite being wide awake. The first sleepover, it was actually the last one. I came up with many excuses in the future, as did Emily, for why we couldn't stay the night. The other thing about Allison's house, it was her basement. Of course, it wasn't finished like all the other houses, like Emily's. Her basement was a laundry room, I guess, but these exposed walls, you could see through to the crawl space when you were down there. Basically, you could walk right into the basement walls. Not that anyone would want to. Super, super creepy. What was even worse is that this basement didn't have a door. The door had been removed. It was unclear if they were going to be reconnecting the door, but either way, from the inside, it remained doorless. During our sleepover, it was decided that we would be sleeping in the living room. I'd opted to sleep on the couch since I wasn't really fond of the floor, and I didn't want to crowd on a chair. As I lay on the couch, I'm immediately uncomfortable by the fact that I have a perfectly clear view of the basement doorway. A dark hallway that's only made lighter by the fact that the basement area is pitch black. It's from there, this vantage point, I see something shadowed emerge from the doorway. Immediately, I jump up, letting out a scream before covering my mouth to muffle the scream. Both Allison and Emily don't know what I'm doing, and they ask exactly that. Feeling like a fool, I explain myself, but I only felt more foolish as they grinned at me. I took my place on the couch and I just faced the other direction. Of course, this just made me feel like I was being watched from behind, so I opted to sleep on the floor with the other two. As we tried to fall asleep, well, Emily and I, since Allison was already sleeping, we turned off the TV and just joked around in the somewhat dark living room. The glow from the kitchen, above the stove light, provided just enough light for us to kind of see each other. I then see Emily's face, and I can see that she's looking just past and above me. Her face goes from normal Emily to something I've never seen. I don't even know how or why we both jolted up at the same time, but we did. I quickly turned to face the direction that she was facing, the direction of the basement. I see nothing, but it feels awful to look in that direction. I feel Emily grab my arm, then my hand. She looked like me, she said softly. What? Who? I said. But Emily didn't answer further. Instead, she laid back down and said, maybe we should just go to sleep. And I guess that's when we both tried and eventually succeeded in falling asleep. I didn't stay asleep, though. I woke up. No idea what time it was or how much time had passed because I didn't move. The sun hadn't come up yet. I woke up to Emily, but it wasn't Emily, it was her voice. It sounded like she was talking to someone in the other room, in the basement. I almost followed the sound. I thought she was saying my name. My body moved and I was almost up. But then I saw that she's laying right next to me. I don't know why there were two Emilys. I don't know what happened to Allison's house, but something just wasn't right. Hated that feeling so much. Is that what an evil spirit feels like, you think? Why did it choose Emily's form? Has anyone else ever experienced anything like this before?
I'm not going to claim that I know what I saw 100%. But in 2016, while backpacking through Three Sisters, Oregon, my fiancé and I definitely experienced something incredible. Incredible, but fucking terrifying. The trip we'd planned was likely to take us more than 4 days, so we planned for a safe 6. We started at the Obsidian Trailhead, one that you need a permit for, so often it's less busy, but guaranteed parking and camping. North End is where we wanted to spend a good deal of our time. But we'd gotten a somewhat late start, so we knew we'd end up camping before we made it that far, so this trailhead was best. A little over an hour before sunset, we picked a spot near Hand Lake. Not too hidden, but off the trail enough to not be in the way. Almost as soon as we set up camp, we both decided to explore immediately around us. We'd absolutely picked a beautiful spot. To the east of our tent was a gorgeous open valley, which would make for an amazing sunrise. Then to the west were valleys of dense forest. While walking near the edge of the forest, maybe 25 feet from our tent, I noticed large clumps of what I thought initially was dead grass or dead pine needles. I asked my fiancé what he thought these clumps were. After a bit of silence, he says he doesn't know, but I watch as he picks one up and then immediately drops it. He has a disgusted look on his face and he's practically gagging. More nervous now, I ask him, "What is it?" Uncomfortably, he says, "It's fur, and it fucking stinks." Neither of us said much, but later I'd learned that we both considered moving our tent at that point, but sundown was maybe 20 minutes away. We'd never be able to make a move before sundown. Besides, within just a few moments, we were distracted by a little chipmunk family, and we started to really enjoy the sereneness of it all. It was like we had the whole valley to ourselves. The sun officially started to set, so we decided before we laid our heads down, we would use nature's bathroom. I didn't want to wander too far away from my fiancé, but we joked about being far enough as to not accidentally pee on each other. The mood was light. Then, it wasn't. I'd had to shush myself because I was still laughing to myself about earlier, but something compelled me to stop making noise. And when I did, it sounded like something heavy and large was making their way through the trees behind me. Before panicking, I remembered my fiancé was a bit behind me, or to the right of me. Maybe he was finding a new spot. But this didn't sound like my fiancé. It was heavier, and its footing, it seemed slow. I knew something was off about these steps, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I finished my business, and as I stood up, I could see my fiancé. He was in front of me, not behind me. And he didn't look good. He looked white as a ghost. Instinctually, I turn around quickly, expecting to see something, but I don't. My fiancé grabs my hand and we start walking quickly back to the camp. He pulls me in, whispering, "Something's out there. A bear? I don't know. It was tall and big, really big." Bears weren't impossible, but they were rare. We weren't quite to our tent when we heard something thunderous. It was the sound of a large tree or tree limb smashing to the ground, crashing in half, and falling hard just behind where we previously were. We stop in place. We duck behind a large rock surrounded by bushes. Despite being curious, I'm burying my head in my fiancé's arms as to try to get a grip and calm myself down. As I pull my eyes away and out into the world, I can see a large looming creature. It's a distance away, but it towers over in a way that I can see its back. Not a bear. Still furry. So, an animal. There's no way this thing is on 4 legs. Far too tall. I realize the sounds haven't stopped. Large tree limbs snapping, but also being quickly picked up, followed by sounds of being dragged. We can see above us, tree limbs in the distance. They're falling and rising again with heavy thuds, and you can hear a sort of whip or whoosh in the air. The figure, creature, got closer to us at one point, and I made the mistake of breathing. It took everything not to gag at the smell emanating from the other side of the bushes. Some sort of mixture between actual hot garbage and cow manure. I I clenched my teeth so hard I could hear the grind. But I was just trying to stop breathing. At this point, not moving wasn't a problem. I was frozen, not even in the traditional sense. This was a sort of trance. It was almost calming, yet I knew it wasn't natural. What I couldn't do in that moment was look at my fiancé. I wasn't able to move my head or my body at all. At some point, the footsteps, the dragging of tree limbs, it all started to sound much further away. A shadow was no longer showing itself, and the creature itself was no longer visible from inside the bushes. I was suddenly moving my head and my limbs around, just to ensure that they still worked. They did. Still, we waited for a while. We stayed in the bushes long enough for the sun to set entirely, and then some. Finally, we decided to go back to our tent, slightly unprepared. The area was incredibly dark, and we'd only grabbed 2 small headlamps before making our initial quick walk around the area. We struggled to make it back without looking over our shoulders every couple moments. Once back, we realized how unfortunate it was to be in one of the areas which didn't allow for small campfires. It emphasized just how dark and just how alone we really were. Feeling a bit helpless, we dug out a few lanterns. We were stuck with only their weak glow as we got ourselves ready to try and sleep. Eating was entirely out of the question, as that smell lingered in my nostril for what felt like hours. We wouldn't get much sleep that night. We decided the rest of our trip we would stick with crowds or groups of people, or at least with camping. We'd try not to do it solo. We re-examined the clumps of fur from the previous day as we packed up the following morning. My fiancé eventually made a joke about how we should have bagged it up and had it tested. I told him that if he were to touch it again, the wedding was off. Somehow, we managed to have a light-hearted morning, but we would both later admit that we were pretty fucking terrified the entire trip. We'd only tried to make the best of it for each other. So, what do you think? Did we run into Bigfoot himself? Or a very stinky, very strange bear? I don't know. Help me out here. Again, this was Three Sisters, Oregon, in the Deschutes National Forest. Thanks for listening. I feel like now that I'm growing up, I'm starting to feel the gravity of many things that happen and have happened around me. Being a curious person, I like to investigate things, like to make my own theories around them. Yesterday morning, I started having this conversation with my mom about my theories on what dreams actually are and what science says about it. In the midst of that conversation, I suddenly recalled an incident that happened with her many years ago. My mom is not the type of person who likes to make things up. She's also so skeptical of superstitions. I, and only I, know that if she claims to have seen something with her own eyes, something which freaked her out and almost froze her to death, she's speaking the truth. It happened 12 years ago. My family was going through a financial crisis, and we used to live in my maternal grandmother's house back then. Recently, a thief had also been sighted in the house, who ran away in a panic because of the fear of being caught. Many scary things were happening, and we were damn serious toward all of them, as they were causing our family a lot of stress. I didn't get to know exactly when and how, but one evening, my mom told my grandma that she saw a hairy demon in the bathroom, and she almost froze to death seeing that. As I was a stupid 11-year-old kid back then, I took it as a funny horror story. I let it be. When I recalled this incident yesterday, I decided to ask about the details to my mom. So I asked her to explain what was the appearance of that thing, actually. She told me that it was sitting on the floor in our bathroom. She said that it looked like an early man. Told me it was so gigantic that when it stood up on its legs, he easily reached the ceiling. As she froze and started screaming for help to my dad, this creature took only a couple of very, very long strides and disappeared. She says she doesn't recall much details from how this thing actually disappeared. I asked her why she calls this thing a demon. She said that because that's what her first guess was. I asked, "So you mean it looked like a caveman?" She said, "No, it wasn't a man or a human in the first place." "A beast?" I asked. She said yes. She said it had very long hair all over its body, that the hair had a soil-like color. Immediately my brain said, "Bigfoot?" Then I Googled Bigfoot and showed her the images. She said that it very much resembled the appearance in those images. I was shocked to hear that. The thing is, I'm from India. Nobody has ever heard of a Bigfoot in India, let alone in an urban environment. And that, too, in one's bathroom. As weird and illogical as this incident sounds, it really happened. My mom rarely believes in things like these, and she's always very serious towards life. She's never been attention-seeking or something. This incident has never helped her in any way. In fact, she was facing so many more challenges in life that this incident was a fresh wound on already wounded skin. So, what do you guys think of this incident? How can one see a Bigfoot-like creature in one's own home, which then disappears and is never seen again? Could it be something else? Also, there's a little incident about how my grandma saw it too, around the same time. But I'll stop here. I don't know how many people will read this or how many will believe it. Frankly, I don't care. I know that this happened. My brother knows it, and even local law enforcement believes some of it. This happened on a ranch that my brother and I lease in eastern Montana. The ranch in question is massive, covering about 18 sections. A section is 1 square mile, or 640 acres, and it's 2/3 deeded, the rest being either BLM or state-owned. This land is incredibly rugged, being covered in clay hills and deep canyons, and is for the most part unfenced. There are several buffalo jumps on the ranch, where hundreds of years ago the natives would chase the herds of buffalo off the cliffs to their death. You can find buffalo bones at these sites. Supposedly, the ranch was also the site of a massacre, where an entire village of Hidatsa were killed by their enemies, the Sioux, although I haven't found any official records of that incident. Also on the ranch are 2 abandoned homesteads, the Mint Place and the Carter Place. The Mint homestead is merely 1 mile off the county road and relatively easy to access. So my brother and I still use the dated cattle pens that are part of it. The Carter Place is more remote, however, only being accessible on horseback as the trail that went into it washed out many years ago. All that's left of the Carter Place is a log cabin with a roof caving in, an old corral system, and a barn that has toppled over. The last people that lived in the Carter house was the Carter family themselves. But during the 1930s, the father went crazy, murdered the entire family before turning the gun on himself. At least that's what people said. The ranch's current owners live in California and have owned the ranch since purchasing it from the Mint family. This was during the 1980s. My brother and I started leasing the ranch in 2007. There was some unusual activity at first, mainly random lights, but nothing that couldn't be explained in a reasonable way. The real strangeness began in 2017, after a well was drilled on the property. I wonder now if this may have unleashed something. During the fall of 2017, I was searching for strays on horseback when I was approached by two frantic hunters. The hunters claimed that they were being stalked by a pack of wolves, but I was dismissive. There hadn't been any wolves in the area since the 1920s. The hunters claimed they knew the difference between coyotes and wolves, and were absolutely certain that what was stalking them was wolves. Whatever it was had seriously bothered them. Later in the year, we were trucking cattle away from the ranch and back to the home place. We found out that we were a dozen head short. Despite us running 600 cattle on the property, we kept very close tabs on the herd. It was unusual to lose more than two. But no matter how many times we searched and recounted, we could not find the missing cattle. This began a trend, and so far since 2017, there have been a total of 138 unaccounted cattle, a financial loss of $165,000. Though there are many odd events that I could recount, this is one that stands out. This took place in October of 2020. Myself, my brother, and my brother's eldest son were gathering the cattle and herding them to the Mint homestead, where they could be loaded onto trucks and taken to our home ranch for the winter. By this point, the weird activity on the ranch had increased, so much so that we never went to the ranch without being armed. This day was no exception. Strapped to the saddle under my left leg was a Winchester .30-30 rifle. The morning went well. By noon, we'd gathered 200 head, which we penned up at the Mint place. After eating a quick lunch, my brother and nephew loaded their horses and left. My nephew had a football game later that day. I stayed alone and rode northwest toward the Carter homestead. The first strange thing to happen was when I rode down a canyon. As I was riding, I could hear multiple howls and cries coming from all directions. I cannot describe what these howls sounded like because they were like nothing I'd heard, not before or since. As I continued riding in the canyon, I was overcome with a feeling of dread. My horse, Ace, seemed to pick up on this as well, began spooking at almost every shadow. This was very out of character for him, as he was usually a very calm and collected horse. The second strange thing was when I approached the Carter homestead. As I crested a hill in front of it, something jumped out of the old log cabin and ran in the opposite direction. I was still close to a mile away, so I had to use my binoculars to get a better look. What I saw through the lenses chilled me to the bone. It was a wolf, but it was massive, solid black. It was so large it could have been mistaken for a black bear, but it was undeniably canine. After seeing the wolf, my gut told me to turn around, come back later with company, but I ultimately continued. Throughout the course of the afternoon, I managed to convince myself that the wolf I saw was nothing more than a coyote, and its black fur was just a shadow. It was nearing dusk before I arrived back at the Mint place, herding 30 head of cattle in front of me. After I penned the cattle up, I led Ace back to my pickup and horse trailer. From a distance, I could see that something was wrong with the trailer. As I approached, I found that the axle had come apart. It didn't make any sense to me. It was fine when I drove it in, but there was no explanation as to what could have made it come apart when it wasn't moving. By this time, it was fairly dark outside, and as we were coming out the next day, I decided to unhook the trailer, leave Ace at the corrals overnight. When I left, I saw 3 blue lights near the corrals, but I attributed these lights to hunters and continued driving. I also heard some more of those howls, the ones I'd heard earlier in the day. When all 3 of us arrived the next morning, we found the corrals in a total mess. All the grass was turned up inside the corrals where the cattle had been milling. The fence was broken in several places. The cattle that were penned up the night before were nowhere to be found, along with Ace. My brother and nephew took off on horseback, trying to locate some of the cattle and Ace, but they only managed to find around 20 head. As I was without a horse, we repaired the trailer and left later in the afternoon. The next day, all 3 of us rode, we searched exclusively for Ace. During this time, I covered a lot of country that I would have otherwise missed, and I discovered more bizarre things. At the bottom of one of the canyons were hundreds of holes, about 1 foot in diameter and 3 foot deep. These holes had to have been dug by people, as there would be no animal that would have dug them. I also found a bone pile, which was exceptionally strange. There were the carcasses of 4 cows, all piled on top of each other in an area that they typically would not have accessed. At first, I thought that this was the act of poachers who were illegally killing and butchering cattle at the ranch. But there would have been no way to get to this location with a pickup or a four-wheeler, for that matter. The more we searched, the less sense everything made. We searched for 3 days before we came across something. My brother radioed me. We had no cell service. He told me that he thought they found Ace. My nephew and I rode to his location, and sure enough, at the bottom of a sinkhole, which are pretty common in our area, was the carcass of Ace, along with 3 cows. The sinkhole was at the bottom of a canyon, with the walls of this canyon being 300 feet tall, the sinkhole being another 20 feet deep. It took an hour just to climb down the canyon walls. When I finally approached the sinkhole, I found Ace to be heavily mutilated. Both ears were removed, along with the eyes, nostrils, hooves. The back of him was not exposed, but it looked like his tail had been removed. The cows surrounding also had similar mutilations. As was the case with the howls, the wolf, and the trailer, none of this made sense. It would have been almost impossible for just 1 cow to end up in this location, let alone 3 cows and a horse. There were also no tracks leading into or out of the sinkhole or canyon. The sheriff and veterinarian were both notified and an investigation was launched. The ultimate conclusion was that something had caused the cattle to spook and break out of the corrals. Whatever it was, spooked them so bad that they ran all the way to the mint place, to the bottom of the sinkhole, and that's where they perished. When I mentioned the wolf that I'd seen, detectives were dismissive, just as I had been when the hunters told me of the wolf 3 years prior. No foul play was suspected, and the case was closed. Though there are many strange things that have happened since then, there were none quite as upsetting as the loss of my horse. Cattle continued to go missing, and now we only ride to the place in pairs. My brother and I are considering terminating the lease, as for the moment, the current cattle losses are unsustainable. I've always been a big YouTube watcher, and I found that many stories on the site came from Reddit, so I decided to share mine. I went camping for a 3-day, 2-night trip for the first time with my 2 older sisters, my second sister's boyfriend, and my nephew. Now, both of my sisters have experience camping in the woods, while my sister's boyfriend, my nephew, and I have no experience. The place we camp at had people around, and it was nice. The people there were friendly. The layout of the camp was, some of the sites had just woods, the others an open field, and there was also a wooded recreational forest area. We were in the wooded forest area, and the bathroom was dead smack in the middle, so we had to walk uphill to go to the bathroom. Now, me being me, I'd always say, what if a skinwalker shows up? And I'd always talk about what if a skinwalker showed up. And this fact, my sisters didn't like. They'd always tell me to shut up. So, we get there, we set up our tents, and we're headed back out to get some grub. We got back, made s'mores, and turned in for the night. The following night, I was making dinner, and my sister and her boyfriend went to the bathroom to take a shower. As soon as I was finished making dinner, my sister's boyfriend came back to our campsite. He was wearing his headlamp, and it was bright as the sun, and he asked, "Do you know where your sister's at?" And my other sister and I said, "We thought she was with you." My sister's boyfriend said, "Oh, she must still be in the shower," and proceeded to walk back to the bathroom. At this point, my sister was back 5 minutes after her boyfriend walked back, and as soon as my sister was back at the campsite, my other sister told her, "Your boyfriend was looking for you." Now, my sister thought our oldest sister was messing with her, so she shrugged it off. Minutes after my sister got back, her boyfriend returned, and they both went into their tent to talk about what had happened. After our trip was over, we got home. My sister brought up what had happened while we were camping. This is what I got from my sister's point of view. So, her and her boyfriend left to take a shower. As soon as she was done, she was walking down the hill to go back to the campsite, and she saw someone with their headlamp on, but turned it off as soon as my sister walked down. The weird thing was she was waiting for something to pass her or a footstep to walk past, but nothing happened. She definitely didn't think this was her boyfriend, but my older sister, myself, my nephew, we all saw her boyfriend walking up the hill, and the creepy part of it is her boyfriend said that he was still in the shower. Now that I think about it, it sends a chill down my spine. If only I was aware, but it was too dark. Could it be a skinwalker? Or my sister's boyfriend, doppelganger?
I went to a week-long snowboarding camp during winter break in middle school. Living near a mountain, I'd never really had an interest in the sport. But a few of my friends were going, and I didn't want to spend the whole vacation sitting at home by myself while they got to go make memories that would solidify them as better friends than me, of course. So, a week earlier, my dad takes me to a little winter sports shop to get my board, required gear. The camp had sent out a letter explaining everything I'd need to be prepared for the week. At camp, the cabins were separated by boys on the left and girls on the right side of the hill. Then, we were grouped off by skill levels. I was assigned to the Green Gecko's cabin, meaning for one whole week I'd have to wear a bright green t-shirt with a smiling, toothy gecko on it, while rarely getting to see my friends because they were in the intermediate cabins. Each troop had 5 girls and a counselor. The cabins were relatively big, and on the left and the right walls are 2 bunk beds each, then 1 normal bed toward the back wall for the counselor. I got the bottom bunk, but each bed had a little window, probably 24 inches by 12 inches, longer than it is wide. You could open the window to let in air, but there was a thick mesh screen to keep the animals out. Since getting there, I've kept my window open while sleeping. I enjoyed breathing in the crisp air while in my warm sleeping bag as I dozed off. But midweek, I thought I was still dreaming when I was awoken by someone whistling to get my attention. Assuming one of my friends had snuck out, I rolled over and looked through the mesh. But peering through the other side of the fabric barrier, there was a girl, and she looked identical to me. She wore a smile as if she already had known how familiar we were. I couldn't help but smile back. She gestured for me to come outside. I whispered, no, too afraid of waking up my counselor. The girl crawled out of view. When she returned, she had a small black plastic bag, like one you'd get from the gas station. She opened the plastic bag, revealing a heap of candy. Again, I whispered, no. I didn't want to risk getting caught. I suggested that we meet up at breakfast the next morning. She made a high, squealy grunt before standing and running away, leaving the bag of candy next to the window. When she stood up, I noticed that she had no shoes on. Then I noticed her shirt was the same green and white as my cabin's colors. Then she was gone, into the darkness of the trees. I laid there for a moment, questioning if I'd just had a lucid waking dream. I laid back down, and maybe a half hour later, I heard camp security quietly open our cabin door. They shine the flashlight from bed to bed. I pretend I'm asleep, facing the wall as the light scans the bunks. The security guard then quietly steps out, beeps his walkie-talkie saying, "No, they're all accounted for," before walking away. The next morning, I wake up and I almost forgot about the night's happenings, chalking them up as a really strange dream. It's only when I go outside and I see the small black plastic bag that it all becomes vivid again, half covered in a dusting of snow. The black plastic reflected off the morning sun. I walked over and picked up the bag, remembering all of the candy that was previously shown to me. When I untied the bag and I opened it, what laid inside were 3 dead frogs, their innards cut out in a frozen pool that conjoined the 3 frogs like an atrocity of God. I dropped the bag, immediately telling my counselor what had happened and showing them the bag. At breakfast, I never did see the girl that looked like me. For the rest of the week, camp security heightened their patrols on their snowmobiles around the cabins.
We had a neighbor in Michigan who passed away in such a peculiar manner. The oddity of it all really shook our small community. It was the early 80s. Most kids had curfews after the streetlights turned on. In the area I lived in, we were told to get inside before the sun set. In grade school is where I learned about Bloody Mary. Me and my friends would try to scare each other by saying that we really saw her in the mirror. When we would have sleepovers, we would take turns going into the dark bathroom, staring into the mirror and saying Bloody Mary 3 times. Each of us would burst from the bathroom and swear on everything that our fictitious story of what we saw was the God's honest truth. Then a kid that goes to our school went missing. Sniffer dogs would find his head and torso in a field. Reports said that there were large bite marks on the body, but they couldn't distinguish if they occurred pre- or post-death. As our parents tried to grasp meaning from the senseless tragedy, word spread around school that Bloody Mary got him. It was most likely a serial killer, as 2 more bodies of missing kids would be found around the Great Lake area within the same month. But none of them were quite as horrific or visceral as what happened to our classmate. The other bodies were intact. They'd been strangled and assaulted. The body of our classmate was completely ripped apart. The adults started coming up with their own theories, attempting to understand it all. At a town hall meeting, a farmer was mocked when he started talking about a giant black creature killing his livestock north of the field where they found the boy. But then, amidst the laughter and chatter, another voice speaks up from somewhere in the room, claiming they've also seen something dark as night running through the trees around his backyard. He described it as a wolf with eyes and teeth of a shark. As the crowd begins to steadily hush, more and more people come forward with accounts, all describing the same thing. After that meeting, a small group of willing men gathered weapons and flashlights, then went looking for whatever was in those woods. They combed all around the forest in ATVs all night and into the next day. One of the hunters claimed to have seen a dim, glowing ball of light following behind him while he was riding through the trees. It stayed behind him for a couple of miles, then went super fast past him, like a clap of lightning in the dark. None of the other men could confirm his story, though, because they'd all gone in separate directions trying to cover as much land as possible. A year would go by without an attack, then another and another. The town would eventually be able to reclaim its calm, pastoral feel and heal. Some still fully believe that it was an otherworldly being that visited the town, and some will claim that it was the work of a deranged serial killer. that was caught years ago. I'm currently 45, but this happened in 1993, when I was 15. We just moved into a big house located on the edge of Waukegan Springs State Park. At the time, I'd heard of Bigfoot, but the stories didn't interest me. We couldn't put the trash out until right before the garbage trucks ran, or the black bears would tear it apart. The deer population was off the charts. Plus, we'd see wild turkeys, pigs, and bobcats. Our home was next to the lake, and the only other houses were at the front of the neighborhood. No one was living on either side of us yet. After school, I'd go into the woods just to explore. I noticed a good spot for growing marijuana, so I decided to try it out. I became very familiar with the square mile around our home, and I grew comfortable with staying out there until dusk. One day, while checking on my plant, I saw my 11-year-old brother exiting the patio door 50 yards behind me. He was trying to follow me into the woods, so I pretended not to see him. While walking, I occasionally heard him behind me and stopped just to make sure. As I got deeper into the forest, I noticed it was much calmer than normal. I didn't see any deer, squirrels, or birds. There wasn't even any wind blowing. But I could hear my brother getting closer. I thought it would be funny to scare him as he passed by, so I ducked behind a tree. While waiting, I realized what little sound there had been was now completely gone. It was like wearing earplugs, but I didn't yet understand what that meant. It was merely an observation. My brother was being loud, and when he sounded like he was about 20 feet away, I prepared to pounce. Except he never came. The footsteps suddenly stopped, and I was left just sitting behind the tree. 2 full minutes passed, and I was beginning to wonder what the hell happened. Did he realize what I was doing? Decided to scare me first? Finally, I looked around the corner, but I didn't see him anywhere. Only, that should have been impossible because I heard him following me the whole time, but I didn't hear him leave after hiding behind the tree. The only explanation would be if he'd literally disappeared. The woods suddenly seemed very creepy, and I started feeling anxious. My brain said, "Get home now," but I couldn't seem to get my bearings. I was lost. Eventually, I calmed down enough to find my way back to the trail, even though I never left it. The problem was my equilibrium or something. My brother was still nowhere to be found, and I was genuinely concerned. He'd been right behind me only a few minutes prior. I yelled his name while jogging home, and after a few minutes, I finally heard his voice. He was hiding under a pile of palmetto leaves behind the trail, just laying there. I didn't know why, but I told him to hurry because I still had that weird feeling. When he stood up, I tried to ask what he'd been doing, but he only asked me to run home with him. I didn't ask any more questions. We simply ran home. Once we made it to the backyard, he explained that he was following me when he suddenly smelled something horrible. Looking to the left, he saw a big, black, hairy person. I was already a little paranoid because of my marijuana plant, so my first thoughts were of the police. My brother then specified that the person's entire body was covered in hair. It scared him so badly that he simply stopped, fell to the ground, and rolled into the palmetto bushes until I found him. At the very moment he finished telling me his story, we heard 3 loud bangs and a weird scream. We both looked up, and there, about 50 yards behind us, was the thing that he had described. It was swinging from a large tree branch, and had I not known better, I would have thought that it looked like a human pretending to be a monkey. It just didn't make sense. It was completely out of place. The creature was large and burly, but it still resembled a person more than anything else. We both remained frozen, not knowing what to do until the creature finally dropped to the ground and fled into the woods. It was hollering the whole time. The moment that it was out of sight, we ran into the house, yelling for our parents. At first, they said it was just a bear, but later that night, they realized we were serious. The next day, Dad found a report from Florida discussing something called a skunk ape. Over the next 5 years, I continued seeing the creature, and twice we'd had a deer leg and a skull left in our backyard. Once, I had turkey feathers placed on my windowsill. I didn't know what it meant at the time. I only learned about that later in my research. Every 6 months, park rangers left a barrel and a donut in our yard, hoping to capture any black bears that were too comfortable in our neighborhood. Eventually, I felt comfortable enough to ask one of the rangers what they did with the captured bears. Apparently, they're moved into deeper parts of the forest or relocated altogether. But then he said that that's not what I should be worried about. That there were bigger and badder things in those woods, and to always be careful. My parents still live in that same house today, and I visit them occasionally. Dad is retired now, and he's actually grown to be a believer himself. Over the years, he's had quite a few experiences of his own. The house is about 15 minutes from downtown Orlando, but the area is still surprisingly untouched by humans. I think our house was built on the creature's territory, and it was pushed back further as more homes were built. It's not as dangerous or thrilling as some encounter stories, but it was real. I saw that thing with my own eyes on more than one occasion, and now I'm just trying to learn all I can about it. For example, is a skunk ape different from Bigfoot? I don't know, but I look forward to finding out. So right now, my garage is being rebuilt, and one of the doors is gone because the whole frame needs to be rebuilt, and it's taking longer than expected. There's no door at the moment. No big deal. It's just a garage. The house will survive if a raccoon or something gets in. But I'm not kidding. This happened just like 20 minutes ago. My cat ran outside behind me, and like an hour after that happened, I could hear him and the neighbor's cat fighting. I try to keep my cat inside, but he's fast. He'll run between my legs and right out the door. Okay, so cat got out. Him and the other cat are making some noise. Pretty average night so far. And then they get louder and a bit louder. And then I hear what had to have been a fox, but Jesus, it sounded like a recording of a human. Like, I'm not lying, and I guess I'm pretty sure it was a fox, but you know what? Fox, Cthulhu, either way, I'm not going to go back out tonight. Fuck that. So, why am I posting this? I've had experiences with skinwalkers before. I've got another story out there. I sort of thought that it had lost interest in me because it's been a few years, but after hearing that scream, just, no thanks. I'll stay inside. In the 50s, my dad was 12 and living in South Jersey. They were poor, so he would often go fishing in the marshlands. One day he set out his lines, laid under a tree, and fell asleep. When he woke up, the sun was setting, so he got his stuff and started back. On the way, he heard a deer suddenly cry out in pain. It sounded like it was being ripped apart, and the noise was coming from just off the trail ahead. There was no way to go around, so he tried to creep by. When he came adjacent to the sound, he looked through the trees to see a goat-headed creature crouched over a deer carcass. As if sensing his presence, it stopped eating, looking right at my father. Then it stood on its hind legs and stretched its enormous wings wide. Dad ran home in a blind panic, and my grandparents didn't believe his story. Instead, he was given extra chores for falling asleep and lying. Something weird is going on around our property, and I'm just wondering if anyone else has experienced anything like this. We live in southern Georgia, just a half hour away from the Florida border, and we have a lot of land. Much of it is wooded. We've been here around a year, and we also have lots of chickens, some goats, and a few cows. Our only child, Lizzie, is in college now, so it's currently just me and my husband, Saul. It's a lot of work, but we lived in a small town, crowded apartment complex before this. So we were especially grateful to find such an amazing property within our price range. But why was it so cheap, you ask? Well, the previous owner was very upfront about a tragedy that occurred back in the 60s. A man had killed his wife and 2 daughters before ending his own life, which, yes, is tragic, but we've never been too superstitious. The guy selling it to us was also a skeptic who got it dirt cheap, but he couldn't take care of the place by himself anymore. His kids had all started families of their own. His wife passed away the previous year, and now he just wanted to move closer to his grandkids. Basically, we thought that we hit the jackpot. It was like fate wanted us to have this property. And I know what you're thinking, and no, we aren't being haunted. Nothing strange has happened inside the house, only outside. If a ghost is responsible for the events I'm about to share, then holy crap, I had no idea spirits were so terrifying. Okay, so down to it. I guess the first thing happened about a month after we moved. We had just started feeling settled into our new routines and gotten comfortable with all of the animals when Saul found 3 dead blackbirds in the back of the barn. They didn't appear to have any injuries, so we wondered if they might have been sick. But then we remembered the rat poison, those green pellets, and we thought that's what had done it. We didn't have any cats or dogs, so we thought it would be okay, but we got rid of them after that. A few weeks later, I woke up to find a huge dead possum left on our doorstep. I had no idea they got so big, and this time, the cause of death was apparent. The poor thing's throat was actually crushed. It looked like a massive hand closed around its neck and just squeezed. I screamed for my husband, and he came running. Obviously, the possum didn't wander onto our doorstep and unalive itself, so someone had to put it there, right? We called the police. They agreed the animal seemed to have been killed and placed deliberately, but we don't exactly have neighbors or enemies. No one that would have a reason to mess with us. So nothing really came of it. We got one of those doorbell cameras after that, but again, all was well for a while. I know the next one happened in March because it was the weekend before our daughter's birthday. We drove the 2 hours to her college and went shopping before going to dinner, and then Saul and I drove home. It was around 9:30 when we got back. Our driveway is about half a mile long, and it cuts straight through the woods. Saul was driving, and I was scrolling through Facebook when he suddenly slammed on the brakes and gasped in terror. I looked up just in time to see a large, either brown or black, shape disappear into the woods. Saul punched the gas as soon as it was out of sight. I couldn't get a word out of him until we were inside and all of the doors and windows were locked. He described the thing in the driveway as gorilla-like in appearance and in the way that it walked on its hind legs but leaned on its front. When the lights first hit the creature, it turned towards us just a second before hurrying away. And its face is what frightened Saul the most. Its eyes were big, black holes. It didn't have a nose or lips. Likewise, the mouth was just another black hole, only slightly larger than its eyes. We were scared shitless. After that, we bought trail cams, but nothing else happened for almost 4 months. It was the weekend after the 4th of July when we received a dead armadillo on our front step. As disgusting as it was, we were actually relieved because we should have finally had something on camera, but we didn't. We watched the recording eagerly, only saw a dark shape standing in the distance. We didn't even notice it until it moved in order to throw the armadillo at the door. We found footprints that would look human if not for how incredibly wide they were, or the fact that they only had 4 toes. We collected all the trail cam footage, but still didn't get anything concrete, just a few blurry images or questionable shapes. Since all of the other incidents were so spread out, we thought that we would have a while before the next one. But it was only a few days before we found a big, dead snake at our door. Our daughter came home for 2 weeks at the end of her summer break, and on her first night here, we all stayed up late just catching up and hanging out. Sometime around midnight, the animals started going crazy outside. Chickens, cows, goats, all of them. We told Lizzie it was probably just a fox or a coyote, and Saul went out with his shotgun. But she could tell that I was too nervous for it to just be another animal. I actually screamed when we heard the gun go off. I didn't want to frighten her, but once that girl gets started on something, there's no stopping her until she knows every detail. Once I did tell her, she was skeptical anyway, so that was fine. And Saul always was a better liar than me. When he returned, he was so convincing that even I believed he had only killed a snake. I didn't learn the truth until we were getting into bed that night. He'd seen the creature again. I still can't believe how composed he was for Lizzie, but there were tears in his eyes as he described what happened. By the time he got to the animals, the chickens had gone quiet, so he went to check on the cows and goats. When he got into the barn, all the animals were huddled together into the far corners of their stalls, like they were trying to get away from something. Saul shined his light in the direction that they were staring and saw the creature standing atop one of the railings. It jumped down and ran towards my husband. That's when he fired, but it just kept coming and continued straight past him, out of the barn, and back into the woods. He didn't see how he could have missed the shot, but admitted to closing his eyes when he squeezed the trigger. I'm just grateful he wasn't hurt, and that none of our animals were on the doorstep the following morning. We were fortunate enough for nothing else to happen while Lizzie was home, but 2 weeks later we found another armadillo at our door. And the day after that, it was a skunk. It was around this time we got a weird picture that almost seemed like the creature had stuck its face up to the camera, but that was the only one really worth noting, and we aren't even sure about it. Finally, I had to ask, if it's smart enough to avoid cameras, maybe this is a human in a costume after all. What if someone had just been messing with us this whole time? But there's no doubt in Saul's mind. He's fully convinced this thing can't be human. He's looked into the black holes that are its eyes and insists nothing is behind them. It also smells like death, like its insides are already rotting. Sometime after Halloween, we woke up to find 6 blackbirds on our doorstep, and the doorbell camera showed a hulking figure throwing them at the house, one by one. We'd had enough. Saul drove over an hour to borrow 2 small bear traps from a friend. I didn't like the idea, but we didn't have any animals that weren't securely locked away at night, so I didn't have much of an argument. They were left out just after nightfall and collected first thing in the morning, just to be extra cautious, but they only lasted for a few days. One morning, we woke to find both traps had been broken, like they were bent and warped, as if someone tried to crumple them like paper, but couldn't quite crush it all the way. That scared me more than anything else we had seen. The strength it must have taken is unbelievable. Much more than what it would take to chuck a dead animal at our doorstep. We had a nearly 2-month break after that, until we woke up to find another giant possum on our doorstep. That happened just a few weeks ago, so we're probably due for another visit any time now. The randomness of it is one of the worst parts. You just never know when something is going to happen. And it's never what you're expecting it to be. Never. If I go up to the door and peek out the side window to see if there are any bulky shapes on the stoop, nothing will be there. It's only the mornings, when my mind is completely elsewhere, when I'm rushing to get out of the house without thinking that something is inevitably going to be waiting for me. I just don't understand. Even when it had the chance, it never hurt us. Technically, it's never even threatened us. Not really. When it charged at Saul, he'd been blocking the only exit, and despite the fact that he shot at it, the creature still just ran past him. And though it did disturb the animals, it could have killed them all by now. Yet it only kills things in the forest. I just can't shake the feeling that it thinks it's leaving us gifts, like a cat. I'm not saying I want to pet it, I'm just curious. I've never seen anything so terrifying, and I haven't even seen its face. Saul wakes up in cold sweats all the time because he has nightmares about the holes in its face. If I had known that groups like this exist, I would have shared our story sooner. But my daughter only just told me about you all a few days ago. Since then, I've been reading other people's stories while working up the courage to write this. I just don't know if anyone has the slightest idea of what it could be. Even if you aren't sure, all guesses are welcome. Thanks for reading. Before I call bullshit on my coworker, I'm wondering if any of my UK friends could chime in and tell me if this chick is just crazy, or if she's telling the truth. Tara, my coworker, moved to Tampa from York, England last year. On Saturday, we have an office party and she flirtatiously requests for a ride home. We both live in the same town just outside of the metropolitan area. I'm a lesbian. She might be. I don't know. But I decide to see where things go and test my feelers. We're driving and she unbuckles her seatbelt, turning her body, and puts her feet in my lap as I'm driving. She's pretty short, so her maneuver is less life-threatening and more of a positive sign that my intuitions were correct. She's facing me to talk. As she's asking about my childhood and other questions to fill the time, I place my right hand on her left foot, and as my fingers rub across her skin, I feel a small circular scar on the back of her ankle, about the size of a $50, with impressions like a tiny buzzsaw was rolled around her ankle. I ask how she got the scar, and she tells me when she was a little girl in York, she'd ride her bike to get around her small suburban town. One day, a few meters from leaving her house, she came upon a trail that looked to have been recently cut. Instead of riding her bike around this large wooded park that separated her from the town, this trail, she thought, looked like it led right through. The tree park was only about a football field size, but having to ride your bike all the way around always made it seem bigger. Seeing this freshly cut path was an exciting discovery. She was eager to explore. The tree canopies above gave the trail shade and provided a nice escape from the summer sun. Riding her bike along the dirt path, she noticed a big, hollowed tree. Inside the large knot of this tree, Tara says she saw 2 fairies fluttering in and out. She said that they were as tall as a can of fizzy drink. For my North American friends, fizzy drink is a soda pop. Well, she stopped her bike and watched these 2 fairies flying back and forth from the tree, returning sticks and nuts to the hollowed knot. Tara says that she stood there for a good 10 minutes, mesmerized by their sparkling wings and little human-like bodies fluttering around. On one of the trips these fairies made, little Tara noticed it struggling with a big, leafy branch. The fairy's wings flapped and flapped, trying to pull this large branch up, eventually collapsing in the grass next to the tree from exhaustion. The branch was giant compared to the fairy, but a twig for Tara's size. Seeing this tired little creature compelled her to get off of her bike and help. She says that she walked over and picked up the branch, and the other fairy appeared from behind the tree, a few inches from her face. Its face wasn't like storybooks portray, though. Absent of beauty was this creature. Its features more resembled a troll, and its clothes were not elegant. Primitive garments, only worn to protect its skin from the natural surroundings. The fairy didn't speak, but Tara knew by its glare and almost telepathic energy that she'd fucked up. She set the branch down and started to walk back towards her bike. The fairy lets her get 3 or 4 steps before its wings start fluttering and it begins to chase Tara. She turns and runs the last couple of feet towards her bike. But as she's jumping on and about to slide her kickstand up, she feels a searing hot pain in the back of her ankle. Looking down, Tara's horrified to see that the fae has bitten her and is still attached to her leg by its nasty little razor-sharp teeth, each one sinking deeper as she tried to kick it off. Eventually, one desperate swing of her leg launches the fairy off her ankle, giving Tara a chance to pedal away. She rode her bike back home in agony, and the bite became infected. Her mother thought that she'd scraped herself on something, but her grandmother was the only one that believed her story. To add to her outlandish claim, she concludes her story by saying when her and her dad went out to see where it happened, the trail was gone. It was back to a regular tree park that it had always been. What do you think? I don't know if I'm on her mom's side or her grandma's. Is there any validity to her story? Or is this a red flag that I may not want to pursue? Last year, I lived in a furnished apartment across town for almost 6 months while waiting for repairs to be completed in my actual apartment building. There wasn't very many people living in my building at the time, so only a few of these units were occupied by people from my same building. The rest were just residents who lived there full-time. The apartment itself was more like a studio, so a little smaller than I was used to, but it was really nice and really clean. I actually started to quite enjoy the space while I was there. It sat up against a greenbelt or a wetland of some kind. You could hear a constant stream of water. There was a small balcony where you could sit maybe 2 people comfortably, so I liked to sit out there during the hot summer nights. You could hear the nature over the sound of traffic in this spot, thanks to that stream. During the day, you would hear birds, small critters, you'd see deer. In the night, it was the sound of owls, coyotes, but also a symphony of sounds created by the various bugs and frogs that occupied the wetland. Part of me didn't want to leave this place, but this is early in, maybe 2 months. When the fall started to approach, things changed. I mean, technically for me, everything changed. I can't even think about the woods the same, let alone see them without wondering, is that thing in there? It was just after Labor Day, the first cool day that we'd had since June. It finally felt decent inside, but it felt even better outside with the breeze. I remember thinking that the moon looked exceptionally large that night. Beautiful, but larger than life, and acting as a giant nightlight for the evening. When I recall what happens next, it feels like my eyes were temporarily closed. I was listening to the sounds. They were soothing, until they went mute. Aside from the stream, everything went quiet at the same time. I opened my eyes and looked towards the green belt. I wondered why the sound had suddenly ceased, but I couldn't explain it. Then, just as I thought I'd give it no more thought, a loud wailing began. I'd never heard anything like this in real life, and as much as I wanted to blame it on a neighbor's loud television or their idea of a joke, I knew the sound came from outside. It came from the very green belt I was so fond of. A moment later, I heard the balcony door to my left open, and I saw a man lean over. He was from my original building, a guy named Sam, who was about 27, like myself. He asked if I'd heard that noise, and if I thought it sounded like a scream. I told him I'd never heard anything like that. If it was a scream, what was screaming like that? He was about to say something when the loud wailing sounded again, absolutely closer this time. It was the only sound I could hear, and I had a bad feeling about it. I didn't hear Sam go inside, but he was gone when I had the nerve to peek over the side and whisper his name. I was alone out there, and so I decided to stand up and slowly make my way inside. But when I did, I saw more of the green belt. I saw something larger than anything I'd ever seen, not just in this area, but in the woods in general. Sure, I don't go backpacking every weekend, but I'm familiar with the wildlife in my state. In this area, this thing stood as tall as some of the young trees, but its girth, it could have taken those trees from their roots. I couldn't tell if the thing had fur. I didn't know if it was a giant human or I don't know. But I eventually saw it see me. Before, I couldn't be sure where it was facing, but the presence of two glowing red eyes suddenly appeared where this thing's head should be. I felt legitimately frozen. I knew if I really tried, I could likely move or even look away, but it was like I couldn't try too hard, or wouldn't. The strange sensation of being terrified, yet not trying to move. I couldn't understand it, even as I was doing it. I remember thinking, where's the moon's brightness? Why won't it show me what I'm looking at? The longer I stared, the more everything sort of dispersed. Everything besides these two red eyes, or whatever they were. Then I didn't feel those things anymore. And even though I can still remember as much detail as I provided here, I still feel like I'm missing something. Like, I don't remember the eyes going away. I don't understand what happened, and I don't understand what I saw. I just know from then on I was eager to get back to my apartment. Well-lit streets, busy sounds of traffic. I suddenly missed the view of the theater from my apartment building. The neon sign used to sort of bother me, but after that moment, I longed for the light. So, I guess I'm just one of those people who's of the personal opinion that there are strange things in the woods, and it's probably not just here in the Pacific Northwest. My grandmother passed away last year, and my grandfather has been having a difficult time with the adjustment. A few weeks ago, I went to stay with him, hoping to help him develop a new routine, get the house in order. He lives in the mountains and doesn't have any neighbors, so we always worry about him being out there alone. When I arrived, his yard was overgrown. A large pile of trash bags were stacked beneath the carport, and the inside was well on its way to becoming a hoarder's paradise. I hired people to help with the trash and yard while I focused on getting the house in shape. I couldn't get a clear answer on what happened to his trash cans. They used to have 5 or 6, so I brought new ones. On the 4th night, we heard a noise in the carport while we were eating dinner. Figuring it was raccoons, I stood to go chase it off, but Pappy said to sit down and leave it alone. He's normally a very docile, slow-to-anger man, but he was serious about me not going out there. I tried explaining that something was creating a bigger mess for the contractors, but he only got angrier. Not wanting to upset him further, I resigned to cleaning the mess myself and finished my dinner. While I was doing dishes, Pappy went to bed, so I checked the damage in the carport. Whatever had been there was long gone, but it wasn't a raccoon. The bin lids had been ripped off the hinges, and the contents were strewn all the way to the tree line. The next morning, I asked Pappy if he had trouble with bears, and he said his problem is worse than a bear, that it's something unnatural. No matter what I asked, his answers became more cryptic. Ultimately, I concluded that he was in a very bad place emotionally and must have mistaken a bear for something else in the dark. His mind had turned it into some kind of monster. Just to settle him down, I promised to never go outside after dark, and I got started on the day's chores. On my next trip to town, I picked up some bear spray and heavier-duty trash cans with locking lids. They lasted 2 days. This time the bins were peeled open like sardine cans. When I talked to Pappy about it again, he told me a little more. He said he called it a wobo. And no, I have no clue where he got the name. I assume he made it up because I can't find anything about it online. Anyway, it made me worry about his sanity, so I told my parents, who said they would speak to him about seeing a doctor. Meanwhile, I focused on what I still considered to be a bear. I slept on the couch for a few nights in hopes that I would wake up if anything got into the trash. The theory was that it might not come back if it got sprayed one good time. When I finally had my chance, I cracked the back door open to see something huge, and it was tearing into the trash bags. I opened the door a little more to extend my arm, and the creature raised up to face me. It definitely wasn't a bear. It looked like a wolf standing on its hind legs. But it also looked wrong. I started spraying it in a panic, and it made an awful sound as it fled. But it didn't run like a wolf or a human. It was more like a kangaroo. I've never seen or heard anything like it. The next morning, I told Pappy what happened, and he was notably upset. He said the wobo only comes during the summer months and never tries to get inside. But now I'd made it angry. He was certain it would come back for us. I stayed another week, brought new trash cans without further issues, but I was still nervous to go home. I've called Pappy every night since to make sure he's okay, and so far, the wobo has stayed away. Have you guys ever seen anything like this? Did I really scare it off? Or should I go back? My parents want to have us both committed, but I know what I saw. This is a weird memory that I have with my grandma during the end of her life that kind of scared me. I was young, and such a contrastive point of view was far beyond my understanding. The conversations between the doctors and my parents went way over my head. I knew what cancer was, and I knew Grandma Yuki had a lot of it in her bones. She was sick, and that's why we were staying in the hospital with her. Years later, my comprehension of what Alzheimer's and dementia was would give me more perspective of why my grandma acted the way she did sometimes. Grandma Yuki was in her late 80s, and for days at a time, my dad and I would sleep on cots in her hospital room, because the doctors would tell us that she would be passing away soon. This routine would last 4 months in total. Doctors would call, tell us Grandma's on her last leg. We would prepare to say our goodbyes and send her off. But then days would pass, and her health would stabilize a bit. We'd go home, only to get another call the next day, telling us that she was hours from death again. It was a toss-up to see if she remembered who we were when we'd bunk up with her again. Grandma's forgetfulness was silly to me. She used to call me Child when she couldn't remember my name. Child, what are you doing in my room? Because I was a little girl, not remembering who I was wasn't as scary as when she'd forget who my dad, her son, was. He experienced the most of my grandma's memory lapses, and it really broke him apart. He would cry in the car on our way home from our visits. A few times my grandma attacked him, thinking that he was a stranger in her room. There was a lot of turmoil being passed around the adults that I was blissfully ignorant about. That being said, in retrospect, I was able to see my grandma change with an unbiased filter. Besides being as sick as she looked, in my mind, the other medical conditions weren't attributed to how she acted. Therefore, I wasn't skeptical when she whispered about the devil bird that landed on her windowsill. It was just her and I watching the morning news in her hospital room. My cot was pressed against the corner of the wall, right under the thick glass window, furthest away from the cords and IV bags that hung around my grandma's bed like plastic ivy vines. The view from my window looked out high above a smaller suburban city. Birds would land outside the window often, and my grandmother would admire them or pay them no mind. But this time, as we watched the morning news together, a bird landed on the window that she feared greatly. With a weak, raspy voice, she told me quickly, "Get away from the window." I did as she asked. The urgency in her eyes frightened me. When I got to her bedside, she would point my attention over to the window, the bird that was perched outside the glass. Its colorful body faced us, but its head drooped to the side, like it was trying to look down off the edge. With a trembling voice, my grandma whispered, "That bird is evil. That's a devil bird." I'd never heard of a devil bird before, and I had no clue why my grandma was so afraid of it. Technically, we couldn't even see its face. To me, it just resembled the other birds that flew around the hospital. It just sat strange. I couldn't see anything that made the bird special apart from the others. From its position, you could see one of its eyes. It was exceptionally big and black, but I questioned if I was just wanting to see this exaggerated feature rather than actually finding one discernible from the other birds. It was also the only one up there, and so comparing the size and blackness of its eyes was, again, most likely exaggerated by the name my grandma had given it. She was lucid at the time, too, not silly, forgetful grandma. Her heart monitor spiked until the bird flew away. Throughout the day, when birds would land on the windowsill outside, I'd ask my grandma if they were also devil birds. She said, "No, those birds are living. Devil birds are not. They're possessed corpses, allowed to fly again until their muscles wear away." The idea of possession was within my grasp, as I'd seen it referenced before in a show called Unsolved Mysteries. I asked how she knew the bird that morning was a devil bird. "Its neck was broken," she tells me. Unfortunately, this back and forth was pieced together between many forgetful lapses that lasted until the day she did pass away. Later, when I'd ask my dad about the devil birds, his answer pivoted off her mental state. I've always wished that he could have been there when she told me all of this, or seen the bird, if only to see how lucid she was at the time. Even in her full-blown dementia, she never referred to another bird as a devil bird, and more birds would land on her windowsill all the way till the day she passed. She was right. None of them looked quite like the devil bird. I've always been nervously curious to see if my grandma's account of devil birds was real. Believing in this is also accepting the belief of possession being real, no matter at what size. So now I've put myself out there, told my crazy granny story. You're now obliged to tell me if she was really crazy after all. You know, crazy, crazy. This is probably the most insane feral thing I've ever witnessed in 42 years of living, and it all took place right behind my house, which is now my greedy ex-wife's house. Yep, she took everything. Fellas, take it from me and get yourself a prenup beforehand. That girl next to you is gonna leave you high and dry someday. Now, back when it was a simpler time and I was still allowed to live in my own freaking house, I had a backyard that led out to beach access. It was my sanctuary. The property of the backyard had been lined with agave plants and golden cane palm trees. On warm nights, when the wife was staying at her mother's and I had the house to myself, I'd smoke a cigar and sit on the lawn to watch the sunset through the canopy leading out to the beach. On a handful of occasions, I'd see 2, sometimes 3, very small, gnome-looking things dash between the trunks of the palm trees. Their running speed is the likeness of a cat, and all on 2 legs. As quick as they move, I've been able to see that they're running on 2 legs. They resemble little cavemen. It looks like they use palm leaves and other plants for clothing. I've never been able to get a picture of them because of how randomly and sudden their appearance is. They're always in groups. I've heard them running through the trees way before I could point my finger as to what it was I was actually making that noise. When I actually heard and saw these tiny men run by, I thought, well, I actually don't know what I thought. I knew what I had just seen, but I didn't believe that I had just seen it, if that makes sense. They gave me a year to question my sanity before showing up again. Now the quick scuffling of branches and sand in the bushes put me a little more on edge, but I became obsessed with seeing them again. The nights I was home alone, I'd stay up all night tracking their movements and shining a flashlight around my backyard. But fleeting glances as they ran from the light was all I'd ever managed to see. Until one unforgettable evening. The sun had just set. I was tired from work that day and wasn't planning on going out into the backyard that night. I also didn't want to hear my wife complain about cigar smoke in the house, so I went out to the back deck to enjoy a beer and a smoke. Further past the yard, I see an owl flying around in the sky. It looked as if it was eyeing something in the tree canopy, and its flight path keeps slowly drifting lower, closer to my yard. Then, the owl dives into the leaves of the palm trees and flies back out of the branches with one of those cave people in its talons. A second little person's trying to jab the owl with a small, sharpened object. It looked like they were desperately trying to knock their buddy loose, but the owl was huge compared to them. The little guy with the spear lost his grip and hurtled down through the canopy. I could hear its body snap the branches all the way to the canopy floor. The owl exits slow and labored, but there were multiple tiny spears stuck in its wings and back. Some fell out of its wings, but there were a few that looked deep. Then, mid-flight, the owl dispatches the struggling caveman into its talons. It didn't stand a chance against the aggressive pecking. The owl was biting at the tiny man's skull and upper torso, while holding it securely in its talons. The owl didn't stop, but eventually the body draped in the wind like a plastic bag as the owl flew away too far to see. It all made me really sick and sad to see. I felt really bad for these tiny people. It really messed with me seeing such visceral carnage on something that resembled a human. Albeit small, but closely resembled. Still don't know what they were, but I have to believe they feel pain and loss just like us. But until I'd told this story on things like wild, kooky cryptid forums, I've never had the means to talk about how much seeing it affected me. I could never even tell my therapist. I think there's a lot of shit that happens on Earth that people, more likely than not, think someone's gonna put me in a mental hospital if I tell them what I saw. And that's what I thought. Still do. That's why I'm talking to you instead of seeking help on capturing one of these creatures for evidence. Oh, and I'm not allowed 100 feet from the property nowadays either, so that's another reason I stopped searching for answers. I was leaving a bar in Ballard after a friend's party in February 2021. I hadn't drank that night. I'd been sober for 12 years, and I found that one of the benefits is that you get to take your car home at the end of the night. My car was parked a few blocks down the street. A couple hours earlier, the snow had really started to come down. When it started to stick and accumulate on the railings outside the bar, I decided to give my hugs goodbye and try to make it home. It was close to 2, and the bars would be having their last call any minute. Right now, the sidewalks and roads were empty. I could hear live music and muted laughter from the tinted windows I'd pass, each filled with people who'd soon be hitting the roads. I began to jog, hoping I'd have enough time to beat the clogged-up side streets near the locks. I'd find myself passing one of the entrances closest to the botanical garden. The tall metal fence was closed for the night. It stretches most of that block. A couple feet past the entrance, the other side of the fence gets thick with shrubbery, blocking the view from the outside. I continued to walk on that strip of sidewalk parallel to 54th Street, my eyes once again fixed in front of me. That's when I caught something ahead of me that stopped me in my tracks. A pair of thin arms were reaching out from the bars. Both hands were grabbing at the air, pausing, then again lunging randomly into the sidewalk's path. The lampposts that line this sidewalk are bright. I got close enough to see the nails adorning their fingers were long and black. Before I got too close, I started walking at the edge of the sidewalk, out of reach from these 2 outstretched arms. Just before I cross its path, the arms suddenly jolt backwards, out of view, making a rush of noise as they pulled back through the leaves and away from the bars that separated us. The feeling it gives my stomach reminds me of how it felt walking through my grandma's house at night when I was young. A rising, tingling terror that makes you want to run as fast as you can. The shoes I wore that night were more business attire, and I'd come to discover how terrible they'd be for maneuvering in the snow. I nearly slipped 14 times before I got to my car, but I didn't stop running until I got there. Thankfully, my car was all-wheel drive. I barely got out of there before the roads were unmanageable, almost getting stuck more than once as I got closer to Golden Gardens. I willed myself home, though. There was no way I wanted to encounter what I'd just seen again. I just wanted to get home and forget. But I haven't quite figured out how to forget this one. Yo, what the fuck was just in my yard? I'm reading a book on the couch in the living room. The TV's off. It's currently 1:36 in the morning, and I'm fucking home alone right now. There's this loud clack at the window next to me, like something hard had just hit the glass. So I set down my book and open up the curtains a little bit. I live on the 2nd floor, and the bushes outside are trimmed probably 3 to 4 feet lower than my window. There's this creepy gnome-looking thing sticking out the top of these bushes, looking up into my window. Its eyes were big and shiny black, very thin white ring before the line of his eyelids. I found my phone by feeling around, but I never stopped looking at this thing. When I found it, I tapped the bottom right-hand corner to open the camera. Then, I quickly lifted my arm and zoomed the screen to get a picture, just as it dug back into the bushes, then out the front. Again, I'm home alone right now. My roommates live downstairs. I'm terrified they didn't lock their sliding glass back door, and I'm too afraid to go check. Our living quarters connect between a set of stairs by the front door. We share the front door to leave. I know that door's locked because I locked it when I came in tonight. This thing, it's nowhere outside. I pressed my head against the window, trying to look as far vertically down as I could. But I couldn't find it. It moved incredibly fast. I'm typing this from my phone right now, still sitting on the couch, now intently listening for any movement downstairs. And holy shit, I think I managed to get this thing in a picture. It's zoomed in and it's grainy as fuck. I can't believe how shitty the resolution looks. My phone isn't the oldest, but half-decent light and zoomed in. Here's what you get. Jesus Christ. I circled it in red and outlined it. Like, you can see that, right? It was looking up directly at me. It was not an animal. Clearly a little person with a tall hat. It used 2 arms with hands and fingers to climb back into the bush. I don't know what to do.